Chapter 1927 Returning to the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect. Chapter 1927 Returning to the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect. By the way, why are you hiding your identity, even going as far as to wear a mask? Sun Ling Kai asked Yuan when he wore his mask again. Do you remember that demon the Nine Heavens Law and Order warned you about? That ridiculous and unbelievable existence? What about it? Well, that demon is me, Yuan calmly revealed. What? Sun Ling Kai exclaimed loudly, her eyes wide with shock. They mistook me for a demon because of my regenerative abilities, Yuan shrugged. Did you really kill one of them? If you hadn't done that. Yes, I did kill one of them. They wouldn't listen to me and got on my nerves. Sun Ling Kai then spoke in a cold voice. Those bastards dared to call the founder of the Demon Sealing clan a demon. You should have killed all of them. Yuan smiled and said, let's continue our conversation later. There are still people waiting for us to return. Okay. Sometime later, Yuan and Sun Ling Kai returned to the captive's side. Moreover, before then, Yuan devoured the demon general, who was only sealed. The demons have been dealt with. Right now, we'll take you to the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect, where we will sort everything out and help you return to your home, Sun Ling Kai said to the captives, who immediately began crying from an overwhelming sense of relief. Sun Ling Kai retrieved her flying treasure, which could have its size adjusted and made it spacious enough to carry everyone there. Once the captives were on the flying treasure, they began their journey back to the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect. It didn't take long for them to uncover solid evidence implicating the entire Chung family and Ling family in the cult's activities. As for Red Saber Mountain and Purple Rain Monastery, the investigation revealed that only a handful of individuals were involved, and the sects themselves were not wholly complicit. Due to the incident, both the Chung family and the Ling family were executed. Once Yuan and Sun Ling Kai arrived at their destination, the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect immediately began assisting the captives in reuniting with their families. Fortunately, those who had been kidnapped from the sect were still alive and among the rescued. I cannot thank you enough for your help, Senior Sunday sect leader Yuan bowed to her. I didn't do much. In fact, Found Xiaoyang here did most of the work, Sun Ling Kai said. That's not true. It was Senior Sun who defeated the demons. I merely assisted her. Yuan shook his head. Demons? You encountered demons? Sect leader Yin exclaimed in shock. Yes, there were 2 of them. Fortunately, they weren't anything special, or we wouldn't have been able to return in one piece. Yuan and Sun Ling Kai agreed to keep the appearance of the Demon Emperor a secret for now. After all, no one would believe that the 2 of them had defeated both a Demon Emperor and a Demon General, and it would attract unwanted attention to Yuan. As for the captives, they knew almost nothing about demons and couldn't distinguish their ranks. Because of that, Yuan wasn't concerned about them revealing the truth. Anyway, I have dealt with the demons, and I even learned something about the reason behind their unusual activities, so I will be returning to the Demon Sealing clan soon, Sun Ling Kai said. Before leaving, Sun Ling Kai and Yuan had one last private conversation. I am allowed to let the Demon Sealing clan know about the demon's motives, right? Of course, I won't mention anything about the Demon Emperor, Sun Ling Kai asked. Yuan nodded. Yes, go ahead and tell them. We must stop the demons from unsealing the demon realm at all costs. However, Yuan then said, actually, regarding the demon realm, I also plan on unsealing it. What? Why would you do something like that? I am not questioning your decision. I just want to know your reasoning so that I can better understand it. Regardless of the demon's motives, it's true that the seal to the demon realm isn't everlasting. It will eventually break, and once it does, we'll have another war with the demons. Unless all demons are defeated, including those in the demon realm, we will never truly be safe. Since it will eventually open, I might as well open it myself. Also, the demons will continue to kidnap and sacrifice humans until they achieve their goal. I see. That makes sense. In that case, maybe it'd be better to not let the Demon Sealing clan know about it. They will definitely increase the security of the demon realm once they learn about the demon's plan to unseal it. It would make for a good distraction. I don't intend on unsealing the demon realm until I take care of Qian Chu, anyway. Ah, I cannot wait to see you lead the Demon Sealing clan again. Sun Ling Kai muttered with a dreamy look on her face. Yuan chuckled and said, but I don't have any intention of leading the Demon Sealing clan. What? If you don't, who will replace Qian Chu? Yanhara. I am going to make her the next leader. No way, then what are you going to do? I have countless other things to do. Moreover, the Demon Sealing clan will become obsolete once there are no longer any demons left. That won't happen. Even if there are no more demons left in this world, the Demon Sealing clan will not perish. I didn't say they'll disappear. They'll just lose their purpose and will have to find other things to focus on. That's... Sun Ling Kai couldn't refute this inevitability. I guess we'll have to figure it out once we get there. Anyway, is there really nothing I can do to help you before I leave? Unless you can help me improve my cold immunity or enter the 7th heaven in complete secrecy, I can't think of anything else, he said. Your cold immunity. Sun Ling Kai raised her eyebrows. Chapter 1928 Yuan's Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 1928 Yuan's Heavenly Tribulation. Is that why you were at the Extreme Lake? To improve your cold immunity? Sun Ling Kai asked. That's right. I need to train my body in a place with extremely strong yin qi. Sun Ling Kai pondered for a moment before speaking. Actually, I might be able to help you in this regard. She retrieved a scrolled painting from her spatial ring and continued. This is one of my masterpieces. It's called The Cold That Cuts Heaven, and I painted it when I visited the White Hell, one of 4 forbidden zones within the 9 heavens. White Hell? What kind of place is that? Yuan asked, his curiosity sparked upon learning it was one of the 4 gateways to hell, much like the Vanishing Valley. It's a land where the snow never stops falling. A world buried in endless white, which is how it got its name, Sun Ling Kai explained. It's also one of the coldest places in the 9 heavens. Even immortals can freeze to death there. I see. So how exactly will that painting help me improve my cold immunity? Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow. In response, Sun Ling Kai unfurled the scroll. The moment it opened, a wave of chilling aura surged out, instantly filling the room with an icy presence so intense that frost began creeping across the walls, freezing everything in sight. As for the painting itself, it depicted the peak of a towering snowy mountain, majestic and desolate, its summit shrouded in swirling frost, capturing the very essence of an eternal winter. This is one of many snowy mountains within White Hell, Sun Ling Kai explained. I can send people inside, and the environment and temperature are nearly identical to the real thing. If you're looking to train your cold immunity, this is the perfect place. Training inside a painting, huh? That's a first for me, Yuan said, raising an eyebrow with mild amusement. Sun Ling Kai offered an awkward smile. To be honest, this painting was originally meant to trap enemies. It's more of a torture chamber than a training ground. That's fine by me. The harsher the environment, the faster my cold immunity will improve. Sun Ling Kai added. Also, you're trying to reach the 7th heaven without drawing attention, right? I haven't tested it before, but in theory, I might be able to smuggle you in using this method. Oh, since I don't know if ITLL actually work, I am going to try it out on someone else first, she continued. I'll just find someone who's willing to participate in this experiment, and take them to the 7th heaven with me when I visit the Demon Sealing clan's headquarters. After I finish reporting to the Demon Sealing clan, I will return here to help you with your cold immunity training, she explained. All right. Then I will wait for you here at the Sect. How long do you think ITLL take for you to return? Sun Ling Kai pondered for a moment before responding. It shouldn't take longer than a month. Then I will see you in a month. Sun Ling Kai left the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect shortly after. Before heading to the 7th heaven, Sun Ling Kai went to look for a guinea pig for her experiment. After some thinking, she went to a prominent family in the 6th heaven, and offered one of her treasured paintings to whoever was willing to assist her experiment. Due to Sun Ling Kai's reputation, she didn't have any issue gaining their trust, and with such an attractive offer, it didn't take long before she acquired a volunteer. Once prepared, Sun Ling Kai transferred the volunteer into one of her paintings before making her way to the stairway to heaven. However, She was unable to ascend to the seventh heaven because the stairway to heaven had detected the volunteer's presence within her treasure. So I can't use the stairway to heaven, huh? Fortunately, Sun Ling Kai was not out of options. After the attempt to smuggle a volunteer through the stairway to heaven failed, Sun Ling Kai retrieved a rare and valuable treasure, one that allowed her to return directly to the seventh heaven without relying on the stairway to heaven. It was a one-time use teleportation treasure, capable of sending its user to any previously marked location. Unlike most teleportation treasures, which were restricted to the same or lower realm, this one had no limitations. Despite its rarity and staggering cost, Sun Ling Kai didn't hesitate to use it for her experiment. Sometime later, Sun Ling Kai returned to the seventh heaven. After her return, she immediately retrieved her painting and the volunteer from it. It worked. She cried inwardly after seeing the volunteer in perfect condition. Now I just need to return to the sixth heaven and do it again with the founder. Meanwhile, as he waited for Sun Ling Kai's return, Yuan absorbed the spiritual energy refined by the demon-devouring sword. After reaching the peak of spirit enlightenment, Yuan pondered whether he should attempt to enter the divine realm. If I'm going to enter the seventh heaven soon, I should enter the divine realm before I do so. Hopefully, my physique won't prevent me from doing so. Yuan closed his eyes and began attempting to enter the divine realm. Hearing the notifications, Yuan opened his eyes. Heavenly tribulation, huh? He wasn't surprised that he had evoked a heavenly tribulation, since every cultivator had to face a minor tribulation to ascend from the spirit realm to the divine realm. Just as Yuan stood up and prepared to leave his living quarters to confront the heavenly tribulation, another notification appeared. Meanwhile, the skies above the frozen cloud Ethereal Sect darkened as ominous black clouds gathered overhead. Thunder rumbled in the distance, its echo rolling across the land, audible from miles away. Heavenly tribulation. Someone triggered a heavenly tribulation. The disciples were shocked and alerted by the phenomenon. Chapter 1929, Entering the Divine Realm. Chapter 1929, Entering the Divine Realm. Yuan stared at the new notifications with raised eyebrows. He didn't know the Celestial Emperor's curse had such an effect since it wasn't mentioned in its description. Before Yuan could even step outside or prepare himself, the heavenly tribulation struck without warning. The dark clouds above the frozen cloud Ethereal Sect roared with fury as a colossal bolt of lightning, large enough to engulf an entire building, crashed down, striking both Yuan and his house in a blinding explosion of light and power. The house was instantly vaporized by the heavenly tribulation. Yet, despite the overwhelming power of the strike, the nearby buildings remained untouched. The destruction was eerily precise, confined solely to Yuan's house, as if the heavenly tribulation possessed a will of its own, targeting only its intended prey. Heavens! That power! This is a major heavenly tribulation. Is someone attempting to break their mortal shackles right now? The disciples scattered in panic, fleeing as far as they could from the terrifying display in the sky. Normally, only those who had committed grave offenses against the heavens, or those attempting to ascend into the immortal realm, would trigger a major heavenly tribulation. The sheer scale of what they were witnessing filled them with dread and awe. Yuan, are you okay? Shi Meili and Tansong Yuan, who lived in separate buildings beside Yuan's, rushed out the moment they sensed the commotion. Their eyes widened in shock when they saw that Yuan's house had vanished, replaced by a smoldering crater where it once stood. It's a heavenly tribulation. A major one at that. Tan Songyun exclaimed after seeing the darkened sky. But why did one appear now? And why did it target him? A moment later, a figure suddenly leapt from the crater, rising into the sky with effortless grace. It was Yuan, and to everyone's astonishment, he looked completely unscathed, as if the heavenly tribulation hadn't touched him at all. Because the heavenly tribulation was lightning attributed, it was useless against Yuan's flawless heavenly physique. The divine energy that would have devastated others merely washed over him without leaving a mark. Don't worry, I am fine. I have experienced worse in the primal expanse, Yuan said. As if provoked by Yuan's words, the heavenly tribulation rumbled furiously in response, gathering its power once more as it prepared to unleash a second, even more furious strike. Seeing this, Yuan said to the others, "I'll attack again soon. You should leave." Shi Meili and Tan Songyun listened to his advice and got away right before the second lightning bolt descended. Boom. The second bolt struck with far greater fury than the first, its destructive power obliterating everything around Yuan. The ground was reduced to scorched, blackened earth. Yet, Yuan remained unfazed even after being struck by such a powerful force. In fact, it only made him stronger. Yuan could feel his spiritual energy and overall prowess skyrocketing. The leap from the spirit realm to the divine realm was staggering. An unfathomable gap, like the distance between heaven and earth. He looked toward the sky and spoke. "Is this all you got? If so, get lost." Purple lightning danced across the dark sky, writhing around like snakes. When the spectators saw this, their eyes widened with disbelief. Supreme heavenly tribulation. I have only ever heard about this level of heavenly tribulation from others. I never thought it would appear in the sixth heaven. Sect leader Yuan nearly fell on her buttocks from shock. A supreme heavenly tribulation was powerful enough to obliterate even immortals, after all. Eventually, the third strike descended. An immense bolt of lightning so vast it lit up the entire sky before crashing down on Yuan. The impact was catastrophic, destroying every building and object within a 10-mile radius. Fortunately, the disciples had evacuated long before, and despite the destruction, there were no casualties. Ahaha! Yuan suddenly burst out laughing. "Thanks for the boost, you sore loser. Keep coming at me if you dare." The clouds rumbled once more, echoing the heavens' fury at Yuan's continued provocation. But no further strike came. As much as the heavenly tribulation burned with the desire to smite him again, it was bound by its own laws. Yuan had withstood its wrath and survived the tribulation. If the heavens wished to challenge him again, they would have to wait for the next appointed time. For now, he had earned his qualifications to be in the divine realm. Eventually, the dark clouds looming over the frozen cloud Ethereal Sect began to fade, slowly dissolving into the heavens. Moments later, a clear blue sky emerged. Shi Meili, Tan Songyun, and Sect leader Yuan approached Yuan shortly afterward. "Why you? What did you do to summon a supreme heavenly tribulation?" Tan Songyun demanded answers, her voice trembling with disbelief. "And how are you completely unscathed?" As an immortal herself, Tan Songyun had endured a supreme heavenly tribulation, and had barely survived. The memory of it still haunted her, making Yuan's effortless survival all the more unfathomable. "The heavenly tribulation appeared because I was attempting to enter the divine realm," Yuan calmly explained. "Divine realm? That would only summon a minor heavenly tribulation. Major heavenly tribulation at most for those with heaven-defying talents. However, what you summoned was the supreme heavenly tribulation, which only appears when a bronze immortal attempts to become a silver immortal," Tan Songyun said. Chapter 1930 A Month of Cultivation. Chapter 1930 A Month of Cultivation. Yuan shrugged and said, "It became more powerful when I provoked it." "Why you provoked the heavenly tribulation? Not even a madman would dare to do something so insane." Tan Songyun's jaw dropped at this information. "Anyway." Yuan turned to face Sect leader Yuan and bowed to her. "I apologize for summoning the heavenly tribulation right in the middle of your sect, even destroying a portion of it." Sect leader Yuan snapped out of her daze and shook her head before saying, "It's fine. The destroyed property can be fixed. As long as nobody was hurt, I couldn't care less. Moreover, you saved several of our disciples. The least I can do is overlook something this minor." "Thank you," Yuan said. "Now then, since all of our guest houses are destroyed, you can stay at my place for now. It's big enough to accommodate all of you with ease too." "Okay." Sometime later, Yuan and the others moved into Sect leader Yuan's living quarters. "I can't believe you're already at the second level of Divine Warrior, when you were only at the second level of Spirit Enlightenment yesterday." Tan Songyun sighed in a heavy voice. Yuan smiled and said, "It's only the Divine Warrior realm. I'm going to push my cultivation as much as possible before we go to the seventh heaven." "Isn't it bad for your body to rush through so many cultivation levels so quickly?" She merely asked. For normal people, yes. However, my physique is unique, and I have already reached these levels before, several times at that. Ha, looks like our distance will widen even more now. She sighed. Hearing this, Yuan retrieved a monster core that once belonged to an immortal level magical beast and offered it to her. You can cultivate too. That's an immortal level monster core. Where did you get such a thing? That level of magical beast shouldn't exist below the 7th heaven. Tan Songyin asked. No, there is one place where you can find immortal level magical beasts, the Vanishing Valley, the Forbidden Zone. You actually visited such a dangerous place? Tan Songyin swallowed nervously. If she was given the opportunity to go to the Vanishing Valley, she would, without a doubt, refuse. Sometime later, Yuan entered his room and resumed his cultivation. Instead of consuming monster cores, Yuan chose to absorb the spiritual energy stored within the demon-devouring sword first, since the sword held an enormous reserve of spiritual energy gathered during the demonic era. Although Yuan had reached the divine Grandmaster realm, absorbing spiritual energy manually from the demon-devouring sword was a slow process. Unlike consuming monster cores, which could instantly boost his cultivation, this method required patience and time. Of course, that was only considered slow by Yuan's standards. Compared to other cultivators, his cultivation speed was nothing short of absurd, practically defying common sense. In just a single month, Yuan had advanced from the Spirit Enlightenment realm all the way to the Divine King realm, a feat that would be unthinkable for even geniuses. And he had done it while under the effects of the Celestial Emperor's curse, which slowed his cultivation speed by 99%. However, Yuan wasn't the only one whose cultivation surged. Lan Yingying, who received a portion of the spiritual energy Yuan absorbed through her supreme seal, had also advanced rapidly, reaching the first level of the Divine Lord realm. But unlike Yuan, such rapid progress came with risks. Advancing too quickly could destabilize her foundation and harm her cultivation. To protect her, Yuan sealed her supreme seal, halting her progress while he continued to cultivate. As for Feng Yuxiang, her cultivation had risen to the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. However, this wasn't newfound growth but merely the restoration of the strength she had once lost, and the supreme seal only quickened that recovery. Meanwhile, Sun Lingkai returned to the Demon Sealing clan and reported her findings. She revealed her encounter with 2 demons in the 6th heaven, and their disturbing plan to unseal the demon realm, using a key forged from the sacrifices of innocent maidens. This revelation sent a wave of alarm through the entire Demon Sealing clan. Anything concerning the demon realm was considered highly sensitive and potentially catastrophic. Thus, to prevent the demons from achieving their goal, the Demon Sealing clan declared the eradication of the demon worshippers their top priority. While they had kept a watchful eye on the cult in the past, they had never fully committed their resources. As for the search for the so-called demon who had killed a cultivator from the 9 Heavens Law and Order, the Demon Sealing clan chose to suspend the investigation for now. With the threat of the demon realm's unsealing looming, their priorities had shifted. After completing her report, Sun Lingkai wasted no time and went to look for Yanhara. With the Demon Sealing clan having recalled most of their demon sealers to address the crisis, it didn't take long for her to locate her. Senior Sister Yan, can you spare me some of your time? I have something important to tell you. Sure. Let's go to my office. Once they entered Yanhara's office and closed the door, Sun Lingkai retrieved a painting from her spatial ring and said, I painted this during my travel to the 6th heaven, when I encountered the demons. When she revealed the painting of Yuan fighting the demon emperor, Yanhara's eyes widened with surprise. Huh. Wait a second. Isn't that? The first thing Yanhara noticed was Yuan's handsome face. Yes, it's the founder. Or should I call him Little Founder? Yanhara's entire body stiffened at such words. She swallowed nervously before asking in a shaky voice, What are you trying to say? Judging by your reaction, I think you know exactly what I'm trying to say, Sun Lingkai responded with a teasing smile. Chapter 1931 Demon Sealing Clan's Highest Priority. Chapter 1931 Demon Sealing Clan's Highest Priority. I don't know what you're talking about. Yenhara exclaimed, slamming her hand on the desk as she shot to her feet. Her voice trembled, and the panic in her eyes was impossible to miss. Sun Lingkai chuckled. You're really cute when you panic, senior sister Yen. You're also very bad at acting. Who are you trying to fool with that kind of reaction? Anyway, I know that the little founder is the divine paragon's reincarnation. Yenhara's entire body trembled at such words. How did you? Relax, the little founder told me himself. You met Yuan. Where and when did you meet him? I was with him right before I returned to the Demon Sealing clan. He's in the 6th heaven right now. He's in the 6th heaven already. Despite knowing that Yuan was the divine paragon's reincarnation, Yenhara was still surprised by his fast progress. Yes, and he'll be arriving at the 7th heaven soon. In that case, I must head down to the 7th heaven to meet him as soon as possible. Slow down a bit, senior sister Yen. I still have a lot to tell you. Alright. I heard you dealt with 2 demons before returning. Was he with you at that time? Sun Lingkai nodded with a somewhat bitter look on her face and said, honestly, he was the one who dealt with the demons. Yenhara's eyebrows rose in a questioning manner. I altered my report to protect the founder. In truth, the demons weren't ordinary demons. One was a demon general, and the other was a demon emperor. A demon emperor? Yenhara exclaimed, nearly falling on her buttocks from shock. The founder called it Demon Emperor Slaughter. If it weren't for the founder, I would have died that day. So he's powerful enough to defeat a demon emperor by himself now. Yenhara clenched her fists in excitement. He didn't just defeat the demon emperor. He practically toyed with it. I have never seen anyone mess with a demon like that before, much less a demon emperor. Sun Lingkai sighed as she recalled their fight. I am going to need you to tell me everything that happened from the beginning to end without missing a single detail. Yenhara spoke with a serious look on her face. Sun Lingkai nodded. Once they were seated, tea in hand, Sun Lingkai began recounting everything to Yenhara in vivid detail. She left nothing out. Starting from her arrival at the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect, to witnessing Yuan confront the demon worshippers, and finally, his battle with and victory over the demon emperor. Yenhara's body trembled with delight as she listened. He's truly grown into an unfathomable individual since I last saw him. I cannot wait to see him again, she muttered in a daze. Also, I can't believe he turned out to be the demon we've spent the last several years searching for. It's no wonder he'd hide his identity from you. Sun Lingkai then spoke. Oh right. When I asked him if I could be of any assistance, he asked me to ask you. Assistance, huh? Actually, I do need some help. I have been thinking about recruiting people outside our clan to my group, and you who have more influence than me outside the Demon Sealing clan, can help me do that. You're trying to dethrone Qianchu, right? Why would outsiders matter in the Demon Sealing clan's affairs? Sun Lingkai asked. You're not thinking far enough. While an outsider may have no say in our affairs, do you think Qianchu will peacefully hand over his position to us? Probably not. We all know how obsessive he is with his position. He might even fight us to death if it means protecting his position. Yenhara nodded and continued, and once he starts fighting, those on his side will join. Qianchu has over half of the Demon Sealing clan's support. If we want to defeat him, we'll need external help. That might be true now, but if the founder reveals himself, I'm sure most of them would switch sides, said Sun Lingkai. That's very possible, but it's still better to be safe than sorry. That makes sense. When will you be returning to the 6th heaven? Yenhara then asked. Right after the Demon Sealing clan's meeting. All right. A few days later, the Demon Sealing clan started their major meeting, drawing participation from nearly all of its demon sealers regardless of rank or status. The topic was about Sun Lingkai's report on the demons' plans to unseal the demon realm. During my encounter with the demons, I questioned their reason for kidnapping maidens, and it told me that they were making a key to open the demon realm. A tense atmosphere filled the place when Sun Lingkai mentioned the demon realm. If the demon realm were ever unsealed, the 9 heavens would, without a doubt, experience another demonic era. And nobody there wanted such a thing to happen. We must stop that from happening at all costs. If the seal to the demon realm ever unseals, countless people will die. That's right. We have to do something about this. Isn't that obvious? The meeting was brief and to the point. Qianchu issued a firm directive. The demon worshippers were now the highest priority. All demon sealers were to remain vigilant and travel the 9 heavens while giving special attention to any cases involving kidnappings and places with high numbers of missing people. At the end, Qianchu also announced that he would be away from the demon sealing clan for some time. But he didn't go into details or even mention why he'd be away. However, nobody there questioned him. Yenhara wanted to question him, but she didn't want to attract more attention to herself right now. However, she did task someone from her group to follow Qianchu and report all of his activities to her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1932 Supreme Cold Immunity. Chapter 1932 Supreme Cold Immunity. After the meeting, Sun Ling Kai and Yenhara met up one more time before Sun Ling Kai made her way back to the 6th heaven. In the 6th heaven, before heading back to the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect to meet with Yuan, Sun Ling Kai dropped off the volunteer back at his home. Wow, what happened here? Did a demon attack your sect while I was gone? Sun Ling Kai was dumbfounded by the destruction in the sect and asked sect leader Yuan. No. A supreme heavenly tribulation occurred when Xiaoyang attempted to break through to the divine realm. Supreme heavenly tribulation. But that's usually only reserved for immortals. Is he okay? Sun Ling Kai was greatly shocked by this news. Although she was confident in Yuan's abilities as the divine paragon's reincarnation, she was still worried he might not be able to handle a supreme heavenly tribulation that threatened even immortals like her. He's fine. Hell, he emerged from it unscathed. Unscathed? Is that even possible? Sun Ling Kai stared at the sect leader with a dumbfounded look on her pretty face. How did he do it? You're asking the wrong person. Sect leader Yuan shrugged before continuing. I don't know how he did it, but he treated the supreme heavenly tribulation as if it was a joke. Sun Ling Kai pondered for a moment before muttering. I can only think of one possibility. Had achieved the legendary heavenly physique that grants immunity to lightning. Heavenly physique. That's impossible. Sect leader Yuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Most cultivators only cultivate a single elemental immunity in their life, because it takes a lifetime to train even one. She already knew Yuan possessed cold immunity, so the thought of him having another defied all reason. Heavenly physique. That's impossible. Sect leader Yuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Most cultivators only cultivate a single elemental immunity in their life, because it takes a lifetime to train even one. She already knew Yuan possessed cold immunity, so the thought of him having another defied all reason. Moreover, lightning immunity was the hardest immunity to train, and the number of people who have achieved heavenly physique since the beginning of time could be counted on one hand. Impossible? Nothing is impossible for the found him. Found. Sect leader Yuan raised an eyebrow. Anyway, where's Xiaoyang? He's currently staying at my place. Sect leader Yuan brought Sun Ling Kai back to her living quarters shortly after. Welcome back. How did it go? Yuan asked her once they were alone. It worked. I managed to bring someone from the 6th heaven to the 7th heaven. Even the 8th heaven. I tried going through the stairway to heaven at first, but that didn't work out, so I had to use a treasure. Anyway, when do you want to go to the 7th heaven? I'll go right after I finish training my cold immunity. Sun Ling Kai suddenly went silent. Is something wrong? Yuan asked. Huh. Oh, nothing's wrong. I was just wondering if you truly have the heavenly physique or not. Heavenly physique? I have it. Yuan admitted. How old are you in this life again? I'm still in my 20s in this life. Your 20s? And you already have the heavenly physique and cold immunity. Sun Ling Kai exclaimed in a terrified voice. Seeing how she reacted, Yuan didn't dare to reveal that he also had poison immunity and fire immunity. Sometime later, Sun Ling Kai said, by the way, I spoke with senior sister Yan. She said that she'd like to meet you once you arrive at the 7th heaven. Yuan nodded, sure. All right. When do you wish to start your training? I'd like to start now if you don't mind. I understand. Sun Ling Kai proceeded to retrieve the painting The Cold That Cuts Heaven and opened it, instantly turning the room into an ice chamber. I'll be watching over you constantly, so if you need anything, just shout it out loud, she said. Yuan nodded and said, all right. Don't take me out unless I tell you to, even if it looks bad. Okay. I'll send you inside the painting now. Sun Ling Kai lightly tapped Yuan's shoulder with her brush, its tip glowing with profound energy. Then, with a graceful motion, she drew the brush toward the painting. In the next instant, Yuan's figure was pulled into the scroll, vanishing into the painted world as if swallowed by it. After entering the painting, Yuan found himself standing atop the very snowy mountain depicted in the scroll. The world around him was blanketed in endless white, sky, ground, and horizon blending together in a frozen stillness. Despite having super cold resistance, he could feel the bitter chill biting into his skin, the cold so intense it began to creep into his veins, threatening to freeze his blood solid. Yet he did nothing to fight it. Within moments, the frigid air overwhelmed him. A thick layer of ice rapidly formed over his body, sealing him completely. In the blink of an eye, Yuan stood frozen, transformed into a statue of ice, motionless amidst the endless snow. Sun Ling Kai, who was watching this, immediately wondered if she should take Yuan out of the painting. No. Although his entire body is frozen, his heart is still beating. Time flowed quietly in the frozen world, and 3 full months had passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Yuan remained unchanged, still encased in ice, unmoving, as though time itself had forgotten him. At long last, the ice encasing Yuan began to crack, thin fractures spreading like spiderwebs across its surface. Moments after attaining supreme cold immunity, a surge of energy pulsed through his body, and with a sharp burst, he shattered the frozen shell around him, breaking free from his long, silent imprisonment. If I want to reach the next level, I'll need to visit the real White Hell. While he could continue training inside the painting and achieve the next level, it would take too much time. Hence why he decided to stop there. I'm ready to leave. Yuan lifted his head toward the sky and spoke loudly. A moment later, Yuan felt a profound energy wrap around him, and in the blink of an eye, the icy world vanished. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room. Before him, Sun Ling Kai sat quietly in front of the painting with a relieved smile on her face. Chapter 1933 Arriving at the 7th Heaven. Chapter 1933 Arriving at the 7th Heaven. How did it go? I hope you've achieved satisfactory results, Sun Ling Kai said. How long have I been inside the painting? Yuan asked. A little over 3 months. I see. It wasn't too bad. However, if I want to advance further, I do need to visit the real White Hell personally. Seriously? I know you have cold immunity, but that place is so dangerous that even those with cold immunity aren't safe. Then how did you manage to paint this painting there? Yuan asked with raised eyebrows. Did you think I went there alone? I had assistance from the Sun God's Temple. They have a treasure that can protect you from the weather in White Hell. However, even that treasure has its limits. Otherwise, I would have gone deeper inside the White Hell. Is that so? Well, I am going there to train, so any protection will only hinder my progress. Where can I find the place? You can find it in the 7th Heaven. That's great. I'll head over there once I am finished with my other business, said Yuan. So, are you ready to head to the 7th Heaven? I am, but let me talk to Shi Meili and Tan Songyan too. Sometime later, Yuan revealed his plan to enter the 7th Heaven through Sun Ling Kai. Are we leaving now? Shi Meili asked. Yuan nodded. Tan Songyan then said, in that case, I'll have to leave your group for some time. I need to speak with my faction leader, so I'll return to my faction for some time. Once I am done, I'll find you again. Are you sure? What if I do something bad while you're away? Yuan teased. Tan Songyan stared at him with narrowed eyes for a moment before sighing. Then she spoke in a defeated tone. Fine, I admit that I was wrong about you. However, I will need some time to accept it, as I have spent the last several thousand years blinded by hatred. This is one of the main reasons why she decided to leave the group temporarily, as she needed time to clear her mind. I don't blame you. The only one at fault is the individual who started spreading those false rumors. Tan Songyun nodded. By the way, since I have already been to the 7th heaven, I can go there by myself, so I won't be coming with you, she said a moment later. I understand. Until next time. Tan Songyun left the Frozen Cloud Ethereal Sect shortly after. Sun Lingkai was very curious about their relationship, but not wanting to appear nosy, she decided to stay silent. Stay here for a bit. I have to go outside for a moment, Yuan said to them before leaving the house. Yang, are you here? A moment later, 2 cloaked figures appeared before Yuan. We are at your service. I will be heading to the 7th heaven soon. Will you be able to follow me there? He asked. We can follow you all the way to the 9th heaven. That's good. By the way, do you know anything about the Dragon Spiral Mountain located within the 7th heaven? Yang spoke first. The Dragon Spiral Mountain in the 7th heaven is currently under the control of the Holy Dragon clan. Their bloodline ranks among the top 3 royal bloodlines of all dragon bloodlines. Followed. They're extremely reclusive and seldom leave their territory. Naturally, that also means they rarely accept visitors. Is that so? After his conversation with Yin and Yang ended, Yuan returned inside the house and said, All right, I am ready. Let's head to the 7th heaven. Sun Lingkai retrieved a painting shortly after and sent Yuan, and she merely inside it. I'll let you know when we arrive. It won't take long. After putting away the painting, Sun Lingkai notified Sect leader Yin of their departure before retrieving a treasure that brought her to the 7th heaven, and used it without hesitation. Once they arrived in the 7th heaven, Sun Lingkai brought Yuan, and she merely out of the painting. Welcome to the 7th heaven, she said to them. Wow. I thought the spiritual energy was already impressive enough in the 6th heaven, but it cannot even compare to the spiritual energy in the 7th heaven. She merely muttered with a dazed look on her face. She could feel her cultivation improve significantly with every breath. Not just spiritual energy. The immortal chi here is also incomparably more abundant, said Sun Lingkai. Immortal chi. I guess we'll be encountering immortals now. She merely swallowed nervously. That's right. After all, there is no longer any restriction to one's cultivation from the 7th heaven and onwards. In fact, you could even encounter a cultivation god in the 7th heaven. Sun Lingkai continued. Also, unlike the 1st heaven to 6th heaven, traveling between the 7th heaven and 9th heaven is much easier and much less restrictive. So, what are you going to do now? Sun Lingkai and she merely looked at Yuan. As much as I want to head straight to the Dragon Spiral Mountain immediately, I need to prepare myself a little. Yuan looked at Sun Lingkai and continued. Can you help me with my training? Of course. What kind of training? I want to be able to use Immortal Chi. But Immortal Chi is something you can use only after you become an immortal. It's not something that can be attained from effort and training alone. Yuan smiled and exuded some of his incomplete Immortal Chi. Sun Lingkai nearly jumped from shock. Immortal Chi? It's not perfect, but it's definitely Immortal Chi. How is that even possible? Nothing is impossible for him, she merely chuckled. After snapping out of her daze, Sun Lingkai asked, How do I help you? It's quite simple. You just need to keep attacking me with your Immortal Chi, he said. Her eyes widened with disbelief. You want me to attack you with Immortal Chi? I can't do something like that. Don't worry, I won't die. That's not the issue. You're telling a Divine Paragon fanatic to attack the Divine Paragon. How will I be able to face the others after knowing what I have done? That's your worry? Yuan was speechless. Please, I'll do anything but that. But you're the only one here who can train me. Or are you telling me to wander this place that's teeming with immortals without being able to use Immortal Chi? Oh right. Senior Sister Yin will be here soon. You can ask her to help you. Her Immortal Chi is much stronger than mine too. Yanhara? She's coming here? Yes. I spoke with her when I returned to the Demon Sealing clan. And she said that she wanted to see you. I gave her this location before returning to the 6th heaven. She should be here soon. Just as Sun Ling Kai finished her sentence, Yuan could sense a presence speeding toward their location. Moments later, a beautiful woman halted right above the island to look at them. When Yenhara saw Yuan, she immediately landed right before him and gave him a firm embrace. I've missed you. Sun Ling Kai's jaw dropped. However, it was not because she was jealous. How can you touch the founder so casually? She exclaimed. Yenhara's body froze at her words. After a moment of silence and stillness, Yenhara released Yuan and immediately kowtowed. I am so sorry. I got too excited and instinctively acted on my old habits. She apologized. I don't mind. Yuan removed his mask and showed her a handsome smile. It's been a while. How have you been? Yenhara didn't respond. Her attention was completely consumed by Yuan's face. It was a perfect reflection of the divine paragon, so strikingly identical that she couldn't look away. Ahem. Sun Ling Kai cleared her throat. Yenhara quickly snapped out of her daze and spoke with a red face. If you visited the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library right now, it'd definitely cause a commotion. I also want to see Qian Chu's reaction when he sees you. I'll visit the library as soon as I finish my other business, he said. I can't believe it hasn't even been a decade since you first visited the library. I thought I would have to wait several decades before I could see you outside of the library, Yenhara said. Anyway, I have a lot to talk to you about. Let's change our location first. Wait. Before we leave, I need your help. I'll do it, Yenhara instinctively responded without any hesitation. Good. Then attack me with your immortal chi. Yenhara's body trembled at his words, and her eyes widened as she spoke. What? I think I misheard. Attack me with your immortal chi, Yuan repeated. It's for my training. What kind of training are you doing? She exclaimed. Chapter 1934 Learning Immortal Chi. Chapter 1934 Learning Immortal Chi. I'm trying to learn. Complete my immortal chi. Yuan showed Yenhara his incomplete immortal chi. You can already use immortal chi? But you're only at Divine King? How did you improve your cultivation so quickly? You were only around Spirit King a few years ago. Yenhara just noticed his cultivation and was greatly bewildered by his progress. If she knew that Hem'd gone from Spirit Enlightenment to Divine King in the past month, who knows how she'd react? As for Sun Ling Kai, her mouth and eyes were wide open. She knew Yuan was only Spirit Enlightenment last month, and she knew had triggered a supreme heavenly tribulation to enter the divine realm, but she didn't realize he was already Divine King. What kind of outrageous cultivation speed is this? She cried inwardly. Why are you so surprised? Have you forgotten who I am? Yuan chuckled. Anyway, attack me with your immortal chi. It'll be fine. I promise. Despite her hesitation, Yenhara eventually nodded her head and agreed to train him. Sun Ling Kai and she merely flew off the island a moment later and distanced themselves from Yuan. Sometime later, Yenhara released her immortal chi and attacked Yuan with it. It's not strong enough. Don't hold back and come at me as if you're trying to kill me. Yuan shouted after barely feeling it. Yenhara gritted her teeth and increased her immortal chi output tremendously. Boom. Yenhara's immortal chi pressed down on Yuan like a mountain. Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood afterward. Yuan. Yenhara instinctively retracted her immortal chi when she saw his blood. Don't stop. It's just a little blood. Yenhara was reluctant to continue, but seeing Yuan's fierce eyes, she gritted her teeth and continued blasting him with immortal chi. Yenhara was a golden immortal, on the verge of becoming a true immortal. So her immortal chi was immensely powerful. Although Yuan could have trained his immortal chi in the 6th heaven, the process would have been painfully slow. While immortal chi could still be used by immortals, even when their cultivation was suppressed, its power would be significantly weakened. This is why he waited until he arrived at the 7th heaven, where immortals could use their immortal chi properly. Yuan's entire body was screaming in pain from Yenhara's immortal chi, but it wasn't enough to put his life in danger. If anything, his body was getting stronger by the moment due to his physique. You can increase the power a little more now. Yuan said to Yenhara a few days later. Yenhara, who had been using the power of a bronze immortal, slowly increased her strength to that of a silver immortal. After 2 weeks of training, the immortal chi that Yuan was exuding was no longer incomplete, and resembled that of a true immortal. What do you think? Yuan asked as he released his immortal chi. Yenhara swallowed nervously. It wasn't just the fact that Yuan could use immortal chi that left her stunned. It was the sheer mastery with which he wielded it. His control, precision, and efficiency surpassed even her own as a golden immortal. It was as if he had been using immortal chi for far longer than she had, despite only recently learning it. However, then she remembered that he was the divine paragon's reincarnation. You're really something, Yuan. Yuan shook his head and said, Immortal chi is just the beginning. Until I can use celestial chi, I am still vulnerable. Celestial chi? Yenhara echoed, her brows raising. There have been rare cases of cultivators using immortal chi before reaching the immortal realm, but there's no precedent, none, of anyone below the God Ascension realm comprehending celestial chi. No precedent yet. Yuan smiled, leaving her speechless. Shimeli and Sun Ling Kai returned to the island shortly after. He actually managed to learn immortal chi. Sun Ling Kai muttered under her breath. Sometime later, Yuan and the others jumped on Sun Ling Kai's flying treasure and sped away. After arriving at a city, Yenhara brought them to a tea house. This is Tea Paradise, one of the most famous tea houses in the 9 heavens. Once they were seated, Yenhara said to the server, Give us your best tea. Our best? The server raised an eyebrow before asking. Only those with. Before the server could even finish her sentence, Sun Ling Kai retrieved a green medallion and placed it on the table. Please wait a moment. I will bring your tea right away. The server hurriedly left the room. What was that about? Shimeli asked. Yenhara chuckled and said, Unless you have a membership, your options in this place are limited. However, even with a membership, you won't be able to experience their best tea without a certain rank. I'm just an ordinary member, but junior sister Sun here. I am not a member but an honorable guest. This medallion was given to me by the owner of this tea house himself, she explained. I don't know if you know this, but she's a big shot in the 9 heavens. In fact, I am a nobody when compared to her. Yenhara said with a smile on her face. I heard that she's a famous painter, said Yuan. Not just any famous painter. She's the most famous. Yenhara bragged as if she was talking about herself. It's really nothing that amazing. Sun Ling Kai said, appearing somewhat bashful. Their tea arrived a few minutes later, and the server explained the tea's background. This is the Starry Dream-infused tea, brewed using million-year-old leaves from a starry tree, which can only be found in the starry sky, as well as a drop of celestial dew. Once the server left, Shimeli said, I know I am supposed to be impressed by the ingredients, but I don't know anything about them. Sun Ling Kai then explained. The starry tree is an exotic plant that only grows in the starry sky. The celestial dew is a precious treasure that can only be found in. Let's just say that the cost of this tea is enough to purchase an Empyrean-grade treasure, Yenhara interjected. The price of an Empyrean-grade treasure? Shimeli exclaimed, not daring to believe her ears. How could a pot of tea be comparable to an Empyrean-grade treasure? Chapter 1935 Demon Sealing Grotto True Identity. Chapter 1935 Demon Sealing Grotto True Identity. Shimeli stared at her cup of tea and hesitated to touch it, much less drink it. What are you waiting for? Go ahead and drink it, Yenhara said right before downing her cup of tea in one motion. Sun Ling Kai also drank the tea without any hesitation. Shimeli swallowed nervously before grabbing the cup. Then, with one swift and forceful movement, she drank it. Wow. My cultivation increased by an entire level just from drinking that small cup. And I can still feel a tremendous amount of spiritual energy in my body that is slowly being absorbed. Shimeli exclaimed with a shocked face. That amount of spiritual energy will probably be enough to raise your cultivation by an entire realm once you fully absorb it. However, due to your lack of cultivation, you'll only be able to drink one cup of tea for now. If you try to drink more, you'll absorb too much spiritual energy for your body to handle, and, boom, your dantian will explode. Yenhara warned her. It's not just your cultivation that has improved. I'm sure you're starting to notice it, but all of your senses have also improved greatly. Your body should have strengthened as well. Sun Lingkai added. A single cup of tea is able to benefit me so much? It's hard to believe even though I am experiencing its effects as we speak. She merely swallowed nervously. Thank you very much for this opportunity, seniors. There's no need to be so formal with us. Just call us senior sisters, Yenhara said. Meanwhile, Yuan also consumed his cup of tea. However, unlike Shimeli, it barely affected him. The tea has a really unique flavor. I quite like it, said Yuan as he placed his cup down. Hey, race another cup. Yenhara quickly refilled his cup. Without hesitation, Yuan drank the whole thing again. Hey, race some more. Yenhara poured him another cup. Her movements were so natural that it felt like she'd done this a million times. In the blink of an eye, Yuan drank half of the tea in the pot. The two of you should drink too, he said to them. It's fine. We've been here several times. And this is mostly to celebrate your arrival in the seventh heaven. You can drink all of it, if you can handle it. If you say so. Yuan didn't hesitate to drink the rest of the tea. Although he liked the taste, it wasn't the only reason he was drinking it. After his third cup, his celestial qi comprehension began improving with every cup. The progress was minimal, nearly imperceptible, but it was progress nonetheless. And for something as elusive as celestial qi, even the smallest advancement was invaluable. As Yuan continued to drink his tea, Yenhara revealed the situation within the Demon Sealing clan to him, as well as her current activities. The drama between the Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto has only gotten worse since your last visit to the library, much worse. We're at the point where we start fighting the moment we see each other without so much as exchanging any words. Has Qianchu done anything to calm the situation? Yuan asked. He claims to be working on it, but we haven't seen any noticeable results even several years later. Most recently, right before I came to meet you, he disappeared somewhere after giving us the order to prioritize the demon worshippers. Disappeared? Yuan raised an eyebrow. He said he had some business, but he didn't go into any details. However, I have someone following him, so we should know his activities soon. Sun Lingkai then spoke. By the way, the Demon Sealing Grotto's headquarters are in the seventh heaven, so you'll most likely run into them while you're here. Are you worried that I might become a target? Yuan asked with a smile. While that is a concern, I'm pretty confident you'll be able to defend yourself. After all, you managed to defeat a demon emperor alone. Don't worry, even if I encounter them, they won't know I'm with the Demon Sealing clan, and I have no reason to reveal myself. Yenhara then spoke. Honestly, I was hoping you could speak with the leader of the Demon Sealing Grotto. Why? Yuan asked. If we're going to fight Qianchu, I think it would benefit us to have the Demon Sealing Grotto on our side, she admitted. I don't really know much, if anything at all, about them. I know that they're essentially a second Demon Sealing clan, but that's about the extent of my knowledge on them. Yenhara sighed and said, the Demon Sealing Grotto may have come after the Demon Sealing clan, and was even created after the demonic era, but to tell you the truth, they qualify to be the Demon Sealing clan more than us. I don't get it. The Demon Sealing Grotto was founded by demon sealers who originally belonged to the Demon Sealing clan, Yenhara explained. After you disappeared, the clan lost its direction. Disagreements over leadership led to internal strife, and people fought to become the next clan leader, causing a lot of bloodshed. This led to the creation of the Demon Sealing Grotto, a haven for those who wanted to stay true to the Divine Paragon's teachings. Yuan couldn't help but notice the similarities between this situation and what the celestial overlords were currently facing. Internal division and power struggles after their founder left. Yenhara continued. The reason the Demon Sealing Grotto has surpassed the Demon Sealing clan in strength is simple. They stayed true to the old traditions and rigorous training. Meanwhile, the Demon Sealing clan, what can I even say? We've become pathetic. She let out a quiet sigh. Honestly, I considered joining the Demon Sealing Grotto at first. but in the end I chose to stay with the original. Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. I understand the situation now. In that case, we should definitely get the demon sealing grotto to be on our side. Chapter 1936 Seventh Heavens Dragon Spiral Mountain. Chapter 1936 Seventh Heavens Dragon Spiral Mountain. When are you going to visit the demon sealing grotto? I would love to go with you, but my position within the demon sealing clan would only make things more difficult for you, Yuan said. I have some business at the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so I will be going there first. After that, I want to check up on my friends, but that won't take long. If nothing else comes up, I'll visit the demon sealing grotto. Yuan raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner and inquired, the Dragon Spiral Mountain? What business do you have with the Holy Dragon Clan? I thought they didn't accept visitors. You're aware that my current body is only an avatar of my soul, right? Yes, I am aware. The Celestial Emperor told us about you guys, but so far, you're the only person I've met who's from that world. Well, I intend on coming to the 9 heavens with my real body, and the Dragon Spiral Mountain is the key to making that a reality. Coming here with your real body. Such a thing is possible? Yuan exclaimed in shock. The Dragon Spiral Mountain is actually a massive teleportation device that connects with the other Dragon Spiral Mountains, and one of those mountains is in my world. I'm not sure how it works, but I'll figure it out once I get there. That's only if the Holy Dragon Clan even allows you in trance, said Yuan. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, at what level is the strongest individual there? If you're thinking about forcing your way inside, forget about it. They have several God Ascension Realm powerhouses there, Sun Lingkai said, shaking her head. Do you think I am a brute or something? Yuan chuckled. I just wanted to know their prowess. Yuan then spoke. If you're asking about their prowess, the Holy Dragon Clan is within the top 20 most powerful backgrounds in the 9 heavens, and in terms of dragon clans, they're top 3. Top 20 in the entire 9 heavens? That's quite impressive. If you need help, I can ask around, Sun Lingkai said. No, it's fine. I have several plans in mind already. If you say so, but if you ever need my help, just ask. Here is my communication jade slip for contacting me. Sun Lingkai placed her jade slip on the table before Yuan. Thanks. Yuan accepted the jade slip. Sometime later, after Yuan finished drinking all of the tea and they finished their conversation, Yuan spoke. As much as I would like to travel with you, I don't want to bring unnecessary attention your way, especially from Qian Chu and his followers. Yuan nodded. I understand. Sun Lingkai then spoke. Well, good luck with the Holy Dragon Clan. They're renowned for their stubbornness. Sun Lingkai and Yuan left first after paying for the tea. Let's head to the Dragon Spiral Mountain now, shall we? Yuan said to Shimeli, who eagerly nodded. After leaving the tea house, they made their way to the nearest teleportation device. Many teleports later, they arrived at Silverfoam Harbor, a bustling city located near the Sea of Dragons. The Sea of Dragons was a vast, unique ocean in the 7th heaven, renowned for its abundance of sea beasts that bore the appearance of dragons. However, despite their fearsome looks, most of these beasts were not true dragons, and only a rare few possessed actual dragon blood in their veins. No one truly knew why the sea beasts resembled dragons, but legend had it that a mighty ancient dragon once perished within those waters. Its blood seeped into the sea, tainting the depths and altering the creatures that dwelled within, giving rise to the dragon-like beasts that now roamed the Sea of Dragons. As for the Dragon Spiral Mountain, it was located on a secluded island somewhere in the middle of the Sea of Dragons. Its remote and treacherous location was a natural deterrent to visitors, especially with powerful immortal-level sea beasts prowling the surrounding waters. While Yuan didn't fear the sea beasts, Shimeli was a different story. Maybe I should stay in this place while you head to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. I don't want to be a burden, said Shimeli as they stood before the Sea of Dragons. Yuan shook his head. Don't say that. Also, your presence might help me convince the Holy Dragon Clan to assist us, so I cannot leave you behind. Just stay close to me. I'll protect you. Young master, you're not alone. Feng Yuxiang suddenly appeared before them. I'll also help out. Thank you. She merely nodded. We also have Yingzi, who is as powerful as a golden immortal, Yuan added. Feng Yuxiang then spoke. Instead of flying around like we usually do, it's about time we start making use of flying treasures. With that, she retrieved a small crimson ship from her storage and tossed it into the air. The ship began expanding midair until it was large enough to accommodate 1,000 people with ease. The sudden appearance of such a massive flying treasure left everyone at the harbor utterly dumbfounded. This is the soaring phoenix. Feng Yuxiang introduced the flying treasure to them as she jumped on it. Although it's not the fastest flying treasure out there, it has what many ordinary flying treasures lack: defensive formations that will keep its riders safe. As long as we don't encounter any immortal-level threat, we'll be safe while riding it. Yuan and she merely entered the ship a moment later. This is quite something. Why didn't you bring this out before? We could have used something like this during some of our long travels. Feng Yuxiang then said, because it doesn't operate with just spiritual energy. It also requires immortal qi, which can only be found in the seventh heaven and above. Moments later, the soaring phoenix stirred to life, and in the blink of an eye, it shot into the distance, vanishing from the harbor's view, leaving only ripples in its wake and stunned silence behind. Chapter 1937 Sea of Dragons. Chapter 1937 Sea of Dragons. After entering the Sea of Dragons, it didn't take long for the sea beasts to launch their assault on the soaring phoenix. Even though the flying treasure flew high above the waves, the creatures below unleashed powerful long-range attacks. Some even went as far as jumping out of the water to strike them using their entire body. The sea beasts of the Sea of Dragons were notoriously aggressive, attacking anything that moved without hesitation. This was one of many reasons why few dared to traverse its waters. Navigating the sea required not only specialized equipment, but also a vast amount of resources to defend against the relentless onslaught of these powerful creatures. Why are the sea creatures here so aggressive? It wasn't nowhere this bad at the Purple Sea, she merely wondered out loud as she watched them bounce off an invisible barrier that protected the flying treasure. Well, dragons are aggressive creatures by nature, Feng Yuxiang said with a casual shrug. That's not true. At least not for the dragons in the ancient dragon city, she merely responded, a hint of defensiveness in her tone. I'm not saying all dragons are violent, Feng Yuxiang replied calmly. But many are. It's in their blood. Just like how phoenixes are naturally prideful creatures. It's part of who we are. She merely fell silent, unable to refute Feng Yuxiang's words, especially with the evidence right before her eyes. The sea beasts, dragon-like in form and ferocity, were living proof of the aggression woven into their bloodline. All she could do was watch in quiet contemplation. So, how do you plan on approaching the Holy Dragon Clan, young master? I can't say I've dealt with them before, but I've heard many stories about them. Feng Yuxiang asked Yuan, are you going to disguise yourself as a dragon emperor, like you usually do? Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. No, that trick probably won't work with them, especially if they're one of the top dragon clans in the 9 heavens. Moreover, their god ascension experts will most likely see through my disguise. Then how are you going to trick them? I doubt they'd pay attention to a human. Feng Yuxiang said. Since there's a good chance they have a connection with dragon goddess Yeo, I can use that to my advantage. After all, I have dragon goddess Yu's soul with me. I see. So you're going to use dragon goddess Yu's identity. If that doesn't work, I'll think of something else. The Sea of Dragons was so vast that even with a high-speed flying treasure, crossing from one end to the other would take years. The Dragon Spiral Mountain was located at the very heart of the Sea of Dragons, and Yuan estimated that their journey would take several months at the very least. With an abundance of time, the group dedicated themselves to cultivation. Thanks to the rich spiritual energy of the seventh heaven, Shimeli's cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. Lan Yingying and Yingzi appeared to cultivate. While Lan Yingying focused on stabilizing her cultivation, Yingzi's cultivation soared at an unimaginable speed. After a few weeks at sea, Feng Yuxiang returned to Yuan's Dantian and entered slumber. Fortunately, The soaring phoenix required no active supervision to operate. With a destination already set, and absorbing the natural spiritual energy and immortal chi around it, the ship continued sailing steadily toward Dragon Spiral Mountain. Meanwhile, Yuan continued to absorb the spiritual energy within the demon-devouring sword. It didn't take long for his Divine King Cultivation to enter the Divine Emperor realm. However, after reaching the peak of Divine Emperor, Yuan encountered his bottleneck. After reaching his bottleneck, Yuan focused on improving his soul strength. Unlike spiritual energy, which could only be enhanced by absorbing more of it, immortal chi functioned differently. While it could be strengthened through conventional cultivation, it also grew stronger through one's soul strength, hence why immortals spend more time cultivating their soul cultivation technique than their spiritual cultivation technique. Of course, due to the rarity of soul cultivation techniques, not all immortals had the luxury of strengthening their soul strength. This was where factions became crucial. Beyond offering protection and resources, many powerful factions possessed soul cultivation techniques, making them invaluable to those seeking to advance further. Heaven's indomitable soul. Truly an unfathomable technique. I wonder how it's related to my past lives. Yuan thought to himself as his soul strength strengthened with every passing second. As the soaring phoenix drew closer to Dragon Spiral Mountain, the sea beasts grew noticeably more aggressive and far more powerful. Their appearances also resembled dragons more and more. At first, the soaring phoenix effortlessly absorbed all incoming attacks, its defenses unfazed by the sea beast's aggression. But now, the sea beasts were powerful enough to shake the flying treasure with their attacks. The barrier looks like it's struggling. It's not going to break, is it? She merely asked, a worried look on her face as the ship shuddered again. Feng Feng said the flying treasure can withstand attacks up to the silver immortal level. Yuan replied calmly. The sea beasts are still only in the immortal ascension realm, so we're fine for now. Is that so? Feeling relieved, she merely returned to her cultivation. In just 8 months, she merely increased her cultivation to the 8th level of Divine Master from Divine Warrior. Lan Yingying had stabilized her cultivation at the 1st level of the Divine Lord level, and had begun cultivating toward the next level by herself. As for Yingzi, her cultivation saw the most significant improvements, reaching the 3rd level of Divine Grandmaster. As their journey entered its 9th month, the soaring phoenix came to a sudden halt for the first time since they had set sail. Sensing the shift, Yuan and the others paused their cultivation to investigate, expecting to see their destination. But to their confusion, the Dragon Spiral Mountain was nowhere in sight. Young Master, several powerful presences are blocking our path, Feng Yuxiang reported calmly. But it doesn't seem like they've noticed us. In fact, it looks like they're currently fighting among themselves. Chapter 1938 Ancient Monolith. 1938 Ancient Monolith. After hearing Feng Yuxiang's words, Yuan expanded the range of his divine sense. Although he kept it active at all times, he usually limited its scope to avoid distracting others. Or worse, being mistaken for spying, a common source of conflict among cultivators. Several hundred miles away, Yuan's divine sense locked onto a large gathering of individuals. They were unmistakably dragons. Humanoid in form but marked by prominent horns and swaying dragon tails. There were around 20 of them, split into 2 distinct factions. One group was dressed in elegant white and gold robes, radiating a noble aura. The other wore black and light blue garments, their presence colder and more ominous. The Holy Dragon Clan has monopolized the Dragon Spiral Mountain for far too long. One of the black and blue-clothed individuals shouted angrily. Shut up. We've been protecting the Dragon Spiral Mountain since the primordial era. What right do you have to tell us to leave? That's right, you greedy bastards. Your intentions for wanting the Dragon Spiral Mountain aren't good, either. We'll never hand it over to you. The gold-robed individuals responded. Young Master, should we intervene? Feng Yuxiang asked Yuan. Not yet. If we intervene now, we might offend both sides. Let's wait a little longer, he calmly responded. Soon the Holy Dragon Clan and the opposing faction resumed their battle. The combatants were all powerful, most being at the Immortal Ascension realm. with each side led by a single bronze immortal. At first, the two forces seemed evenly matched, their attacks shaking the very air with dragon techniques. But as the battle dragged on, it became clear that the dragons in black and blue robes were gaining the upper hand, steadily pushing back the Holy Dragon clan. I'm going to intervene now. Yuan suddenly left the soaring phoenix and flew toward the battle. Sometime later, once Yuan arrived at the scene, he cleared his throat loudly and spoke. "Excuse me, can I have a moment of your attention?" "Huh? Who the hell is that?" Both sides abruptly halted their battle and turned their attention to Yuan. At first, they tensed with suspicion, assuming he was a reinforcement from the opposing side. But as they caught his scent and realized he was human, their expressions shifted from wariness to confusion. "I'm trying to find the Dragon Spiral Mountain, but am lost," Yuan continued, speaking in a calm and clear despite the tension in the air. This crazy human bastard actually interrupted us over some bullshit like that? You'll pay for your sin with death." One of the black-robed dragons suddenly flew at Yuan with clear killing intent radiating from his aura. "What's with the hostility? I'm just trying to ask for directions." Yuan sighed as he retrieved Dragon God's Vengeance. The instant the Dragon God's Vengeance appeared, the black-robed dragon charging toward Yuan came to an abrupt halt, his instincts screaming at him to stop. Gasps rippled through the others, their faces etched with instinctive terror. A primal fear gripped them, one they couldn't suppress, as the weapon exuded a deadly pressure that made their very blood run cold. From the Dragon God's Vengeance, they felt an overwhelming aura of destruction, one that threatened their lives just by existing. "What's wrong? Weren't you about to punish me for my sins?" Yuan asked calmly, his gaze fixed on the dragon who had just charged at him. "Tits." The dragon stammered, his voice trembling. He hesitated to speak further, terrified that a single wrong word might provoke the figure before him and cost him his life. Instead, a voice from the Holy Dragon clan spoke a moment later. "What business do you have at Dragon Spiral Mountain?" The speaker was their bronze immortal, a woman whose tone carried both authority and unease. Though Yuan's cultivation appeared negligible at first glance, her eyes were fixed on the ominous weapon in his grasp. Something about it unsettled her deeply. It radiated a presence that felt inherently hostile to dragons, perhaps even a bane to their kind. The others from the Holy Dragon clan quickly grasped the intent behind their bronze immortal's question. Their expressions sharpened, and subtle shifts in their stances revealed their readiness. If Yuan's next words hinted at any ill intent toward Dragon Spiral Mountain, they were prepared to act, no matter how ominous the weapon in his hand appeared. "It's complicated." "I don't care how complicated it is. Explain." Yuan's gaze sharpened, a chill threading through his voice as he addressed the bronze immortal. "I don't like your tone." Sensing the undercurrent of danger, the bronze immortal instinctively shifted into a defensive stance. The others reacted similarly and prepared to face Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan stowed away the Dragon God's Vengeance and said calmly, "My business with Dragon Spiral Mountain concerns Dragon Goddess Yayo. That's all I'll say." "Dragon Goddess Yayo?" 2154 gasps rippled through the crowd, shock evident on every face. The mere mention of her name from a human's lips left them stunned. "Dragon Goddess Yayo?" Gasps rippled through the crowd, shock evident on every face. The mere mention of her name from a human's lips left them stunned. Even among the dragon clans, Dragon Goddess Yayo was a name spoken rarely, known only to a few. That a human would mention her made the moment all the more startling. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragon Spiral Mountain, a towering monolith of unknown origin stood in silent majesty. Moments after Yuan took out the Dragon God's Vengeance, the monolith stirred, releasing a profound aura that swept across the mountain like a silent storm. The sudden pulse of unfathomable power startled every being in its reach, even those at the God Ascension realm. Within moments, many powerful figures appeared before the monolith. What is going on with the ancient monolith? It hasn't reacted like this since Dragon Goddess Yu's disappearance. Is it sensing Dragon Goddess Yu's presence? Has she finally returned to us? Dragon Goddess Yayo has returned. Quickly, notify the Holy Dragon Emperor and the rest of the clan. unbeknownst to Yuan, had accidentally stirred up a storm within the Dragon Spiral Mountain, sending the Holy Dragon clan into a frenzy. Chapter 1939 Holy Dragon Clan. 1939 Holy Dragon Clan. Well, if you're not going to tell me where to find the Dragon Spiral Mountain, I'll take my leave now, Yuan said shortly after putting away the Dragon God's vengeance. Without giving the Holy Dragon Clan an opportunity to speak, Yuan turned around and flew away. Wait a second. The Bronze Immortal from the Holy Dragon Clan tried to chase after Yuan, but was blocked by the Black-robed dragons. Where do you think you're going? We're not finished here yet. Get lost. Their battle continued, but in a sudden shift, the tides turned. The Holy Dragon Clan, who had been on the brink of defeat just moments earlier, now surged with newfound strength, quickly overpowering the black-robed dragons. Realizing they could no longer stand against the Holy Dragon Clan, the black-robed dragons retreated. But instead of taking to the skies, they plunged into the sea below, vanishing beneath the waves. We need to return to the Dragon Spiral Mountain and report what happened here to the others, said the Bronze Immortal. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to the soaring phoenix and continued to watch them fight from a safe distance. Are you sure you should have just left them like that? Feng Yuxiang asked. She thought he was going to save the Holy Dragon Clan. It's fine. I doubt they'd believe anything I say. My purpose was just to reveal my presence to them and make them question my identity. So when I show up at the Dragon Spiral Mountain later, they won't immediately turn me away. I see. But what if they perish at the hands of those black-robed dragons? Yuan then responded in confidence. Although they are fighting with each other, none of them are showing real killing intent. So it is unlikely they are going to kill each other. If things get real dangerous, I'll intervene again. In the end, events unfolded just as Yuan had predicted. The clash between the Holy Dragon Clan and the black-robed dragons concluded without any true casualties. Shortly after the Holy Dragon Clan left, the soaring phoenix began moving again, slowly following behind them. At the same time, the rest of the Holy Dragon Clan was in an uproar due to the ancient Monolith's sudden activity. Shortly after the ancient Monolith sensed the Dragon God's vengeance, nearly every single big shot and important figure within the Holy Dragon Clan appeared at the Monolith to witness the phenomenon for themselves. It's true. The ancient Monolith has awakened. Does this mean that Dragon Goddess Yeo is really back? What should we do now? The Holy Dragon Emperor then spoke. We must prepare for Dragon Goddess Yeo's return. Though it remained uncertain whether Dragon Goddess Yeo had truly returned, or when she might appear, the Holy Dragon Clan dared not take any chances. They began preparing in earnest for her grand return. It stopped. Moments later, the ancient monolith fell silent once more, its presence returning to stillness. However, that did not change their plans, and the Holy Dragon Clan went on to prepare for Dragon Goddess Yu's return regardless. Shortly after, the Holy Dragon Clan received news from the group that Yuan had encountered in the Sea of Dragons. What? A human who knows about Dragon Goddess Yeo was looking for the directions to our Dragon Spiral Mountain? The Holy Dragon Emperor almost couldn't believe his ears. Besides those living in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, and those who lived near it, knowledge of Dragon Goddess Yeo was almost non-existent. Does this human have something to do with the ancient monolith's activation? He wondered inwardly as he received this news. Where is this human now? He asked the messenger. According to the scouts, he left before they could stop him. What? How could a mere human escape from their grasp? Holy Dragon Emperor questioned out loud with raised eyebrows. They were stopped by those sea bastards, whom they encountered and was fighting before meeting the human. Seriously? The Holy Dragon Emperor rubbed his eyes and continued. How long before they return? They should return in 45 days. As you wish, Your Majesty. Once the messenger left, the Holy Dragon Emperor lifted his head to look at the tall ceiling and mumbled. Are you truly back, Dragon Goddess? 43 days later, the dragons who had encountered Yuan finally returned to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. They were summoned without delay by the Holy Dragon Emperor, who demanded they recount every detail of their encounter. Their encounter with that human coincides almost perfectly with the activation of the ancient monolith. And a spear of such unfathomable power, is it? The Holy Dragon Emperor mused silently, his thoughts deep and unreadable. Your Majesty, what should we do about them? They're becoming more brazen by the day, asked the Bronze Immortal, who was still unaware of the ancient Monolith's activation. The Azure Dragon clan, huh? Stubborn as ever. They won't rest until the Dragon Spiral Mountain is theirs. The Holy Dragon Emperor muttered, his gaze distant. I have no desire for war. But neither can we surrender the mountain. He let out a weary sigh. So war is unavoidable, huh? The Bronze Immortal shook her head. Unfortunately. Anyway, you are dismissed. Thank you for the report. I do not deserve your recognition, Your Majesty. Time passed swiftly, and within a week, the soaring phoenix had brought Yuan close enough to see the Dragon Spiral Mountain rising on the horizon. Unlike its counterpart on Earth, the Dragon Spiral Mountain in the seventh heaven was vastly more expansive, so immense that the one on Earth would amount to barely 10% of its size. After another day of travel, the soaring phoenix finally reached the Dragon Spiral Mountain. However, before they could get close to the land, several figures emerged from the skies, surrounding their flying treasure and blocking any further approach. Chapter 1940 A Real Dragon Emperor. 1940 A Real Dragon Emperor. Identify yourselves. A group of golden-robed dragons surrounded the soaring phoenix. My name is Xiaoyang, and this is my traveling companion, Shimei. What purpose do you have at our Dragon Spiral Mountain? That doesn't concern you, Yuan calmly said. Doesn't concern us. We, the Holy Dragon Clan, are the rightful owners of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Everything related to the mountain is of our concern. If you're looking to cause trouble here, get lost before we forcefully remove you. Hearing their threats, Yuan laughed out loud. I heard the Holy Dragon Clan are Dragon Goddess Yi's loyal followers. What if I told you that I am Dragon Goddess Yi's envoy? Will you still tell me to leave then? What? Dragon Goddess Yi's envoy? A wave of shock swept through the crowd, but it quickly faded, replaced by rising anger, as though Yuan's words had been a deliberate insult to them. One of them sneered. I was wondering what sort of excuse you'll give, but Dragon Goddess Yi's envoy? What absolute rubbish. Another spoke with contempt in his voice. Who do you think you're trying to fool? Why would Dragon Goddess Yeo choose a lowly human as her envoy? Yuan turned to look at the one who had just questioned him and responded with narrowed eyes. That's a funny thing to say, considering that Dragon Goddess Yeo was once a loyal servant to a lowly human. Yuan's words instantly shifted the atmosphere, drawing frowns from the surrounding dragons, yet not one of them could offer a rebuttal. If you claim to be Dragon Goddess Yi's envoy, you must have proof. Let us see it. Yuan fell silent, mostly because he didn't have anything that could be used as evidence. What? You don't have anything to prove your identity? Why am I not surprised? How dare you try to take advantage of us using Dragon Goddess Yi's name? You'll pay for your crimes with death. Kill them. The next moment, all of the dragons lunged at the soaring phoenix. Seeing this, Yuan activated his dragon transformation and retrieved Dragon God's vengeance. However, he only intended to scare them, so he didn't attack them. Of course, the dragons were all frozen from fear the moment they sensed the Dragon God's vengeance. Yuan then spoke. It's not that I don't want to show you proof. Information about Dragon Goddess Yeo is highly sensitive, and you're simply not qualified to hear it. Take me to your leader, the head of the Holy Dragon Clan. The dragons exchanged uncertain glances, but before any could speak, a powerful presence descended upon them. A figure emerged, radiating a domineering aura that commanded instant reverence. He, too, was a dragon, clad in a resplendent golden robe nearly identical to the golden dragon robe in Yuan's possession. Yuan couldn't discern the depth of his cultivation, but instinct told him this was a being who had stepped into the God Ascension realm. At the sight of him, the surrounding dragons immediately bowed in unison. We greet His Majesty, the Holy Dragon Emperor. In the next instant, several more dragons appeared, each radiating a profound and majestic presence, just a shade beneath that of the Holy Dragon Emperor himself. Seeing this, the dragons hastily greeted them. We greet the Holy Dragon Ancestor, Supreme Elder, Holy Princess, Holy Prince, Holy. Enough. The Dragon Emperor suddenly interrupted. If Head allowed them to continue the greetings, they'd be there all day. He then turned to face Yuan with slightly narrowed eyes. He's clearly human, yet he possesses the ability to transform into a dragon. Only those with a pure and high-quality dragon bloodline can achieve such a feat, and yet, such individuals usually carry a strong dragon scent. But from him I sense nothing of that sort, the Holy Dragon Emperor mused inwardly, his gaze sharp as he studied Yuan's dragon transformation. When he attempted to probe deeper into Yuan's body, a sudden chill crept down his spine. He couldn't quite identify it, but within Yuan's very bones he sensed the presence of something ancient, something unfathomably profound, lying dormant yet quietly watching. Among the scarce fragments of knowledge surrounding Dragon Goddess Yeo, there was one rumor that stood out. It was said she possessed the power to bestow her talents upon any being, dragon or not. With her blessing, even the weakest of creatures, an ant, could wield the might of dragons, he recalled, the memory surfacing like a forgotten echo from a bygone era. Human, I heard your earlier words, the Dragon Emperor said, his tone calm yet laced with innate pride. I may not be the leader of the Holy Dragon clan, but my status within it is no less significant. Tell me, am I, the Dragon Emperor, worthy to see your so-called proof? This was Yuan's first encounter with a real Dragon Emperor. However, after encountering many ancient dragons within the primal expanse, the Dragon Emperor before him did not feel anything special. I don't mind showing you. Holy Dragon Emperor nodded and spoke. We can continue our conversation somewhere more private. Follow me. He turned around and flew inside the dragon's spiral mountain. Seeing this, Feng Yuxiang, who was still inside Yuan's dantian, continued the soaring phoenix to follow the Holy Dragon Emperor. Soon, they entered the dragon's spiral mountain. Although the other dragons didn't like the idea of letting someone as suspicious as Yuan enter their sacred territory, none of them could defy the Dragon Emperor's decision. Once the soaring phoenix entered the dragon's spiral mountain, the other powerhouses followed behind to ensure Yuan wouldn't try anything funny. Though their cultivations far surpassed Yuan's and they could probably kill him with a sneeze, an unshakable unease settled over them in the presence of the dragon god's vengeance. Meanwhile, the moment Yuan entered the dragon's spiral mountain, he could feel something stirring within him. This feeling, the 9 dragon symbols? Is it reacting to something within the dragon's spiral mountain? He wondered inwardly. Chapter 1941, Destroying the Ancient Monolith. 1941, Destroying the Ancient Monolith. After entering the dragon's spiral mountain, the Dragon Emperor led Yuan to the mouth of a colossal cave, its entrance veiled in a faint, ancient pressure. As they approached, the 9 dragon symbols within Yuan stirred restlessly, trembling with excitement. Whatever it was resonating with was inside the cave. This is the first time an outsider has visited this place, said Holy Dragon Emperor as they reached the entrance. It's an honor, Yuan smiled. However, if you fail to prove your identity, you won't be able to leave this place alive. Let's go. The Dragon Emperor entered the cave, and Yuan calmly followed him. She merely quietly trailed behind Yuan, staying close to him. Due to her lack of cultivation, just being in the presence of so many powerful beings was a challenge for her. After traversing a shadowed tunnel, they emerged into a vast, dimly lit cavern. At its center stood a towering monolith, ancient and imposing, its presence dominating the chamber in solemn silence. That monolith must be the cause for the 9 dragon symbols' unrest. Yuan narrowed his gaze at the ancient monolith. The Dragon Emperor came to a halt about a dozen meters from the monolith, then turned to face Yuan. Only those who hold the highest status within the Holy Dragon clan are permitted to enter this place, he said calmly. So rest assured, everyone present is just as qualified as I am to witness your proof. Yuan turned around to look at the others who followed them to the monolith and nodded. I don't mind. Then whenever you are ready. The Dragon Emperor and the others fell into a heavy silence, their gazes fixed on Yuan as they patiently awaited the proof of his claim as the envoy of Dragon Goddess Yeo. Since it has come to this point, let's just try summoning her. Yuan retrieved the dragon god's vengeance again. Unaware of the Holy Dragon clan's true intentions, they alone knew of the ancient monolith's ability to sense the presence of dragon goddess Yeo. And with Yuan's arrival coinciding perfectly with its recent awakening, they had a strong suspicion that he was the cause. They only needed to confirm their suspicions with their own eyes. However, when Yuan retrieved the dragon god's vengeance, the ancient monolith remained silent. This caused the Dragon Emperor and the others to raise their eyebrows. He's not the cause for the ancient monolith's awakening? If not him, then who was responsible? The Dragon Emperor let out a quiet sigh, his voice laced with disappointment as he spoke. He's not the one. Kill him. What? Yuan's eyes widened in shock at the sudden decree. He hadn't even had the chance to call upon Dragon Goddess Yeo. "I'll handle him," said a girl with the appearance of a refined young lady. In the next moment, her aura flared, powerful and sharp, revealing her cultivation at the Silver Immortal realm. "You dare exploit the name of Dragon Goddess Yeo? You wretched human. You'll pay for your insolence." With a flash of movement, she lunged at Yuan, her body partially transformed. Her right arm morphed into a massive, white-scaled limb that gleamed with draconic power as it tore through the air toward him. Yuan did not dare to underestimate her and immediately activated Dragon Transformation. The moment Yuan transformed, the ancient monolith behind the Dragon Emperor began trembling. However, nobody there noticed it since they were fully absorbed with Yuan's transformation. "Get behind me!" Yuan shouted, stepping forward to shield Shimeli as his gaze locked onto the charging young lady. A heartbeat later, their clash erupted. The sheer force of their collision sent shockwaves through the cavern, causing the very walls to tremble beneath the pressure. Though Yuan managed to block the attack, the impact sent him hurtling through the air, and he was thrown directly toward the ancient monolith, crashing into its surface a moment later with a resounding thud. "Yuan," Shimeli exclaimed. "I'm fine," Yuan muttered as he rose to his feet. Though he hadn't suffered any injuries, the situation was far from ideal. No matter how talented he was, there was no way for him to defeat so many experts at once. Even if he could escape with his life intact, there was still Shimeli, who was his biggest concern. However, just as Yuan braced for the young lad's next strike, he paused. Something was wrong. She, along with the other dragons, stood frozen, their eyes locked onto him, wide with disbelief, as if they were witnessing the impossible. It was then that Yuan noticed a subtle vibration behind him. The ancient monolith was trembling beneath his touch. Why is the ancient monolith reacting now? Is Dragon Goddess Yeo nearby? The Dragon Emperor immediately spread his divine sense as far as possible, covering the entire Dragon Spiral Mountain and much more. However, he was unable to sense Dragon Goddess Yeo. As the Dragon Emperor and the others anxiously scanned the area for any sign of Dragon Goddess Yeo, a sudden flash of movement drew their eyes back to Yuan. The Dragon God's vengeance slipped free from his grasp, rising into the air to hover before him, gleaming with an eerie light. "Yeo?" Yuan murmured, confused. The spear slowly tilted, its tip turning not toward the crowd, but toward Yuan, or more precisely, the ancient monolith behind him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Dragon God's vengeance surged forward without hesitation, transforming into a streak of light. Before anyone could react, it pierced the ancient monolith and rooted itself within, a structure long believed by the Holy Dragon clan to be utterly indestructible. "Why, you destroyed the ancient monolith? Are you insane?" The Dragon Emperor roared in anger after snapping out of his daze. Even if Yuan were Dragon Goddess Ye's envoy, he wouldn't be spared for such blasphemy. But in the very next moment, the Dragon God's vengeance released a wave of profound aura, deep and ancient. From within its radiant glow, a figure slowly began to emerge, cloaked in divine presence. Once she fully materialized, she was revealed to be a woman of breathtaking beauty. Yet, none among the dragons spared a thought for her appearance, as her overwhelming presence was so overbearing that it engulfed the entire Dragon Spiral Mountain. And though none of the dragons recognized her appearance, not a single one of them doubted her identity, for even a split second. She was none other than Dragon Goddess Yeo. "The Dragon Goddess." The Dragon Emperor began to speak, But his words faltered and died in his throat as Dragon Goddess Yayo turned to face Yuan without even sparing them a glance. Yuan stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. Unlike her previous appearance, she was no longer a semi-transparent apparition. The dragon goddess standing before him radiated presence and substance, as though she had truly descended into the world once more. Yayo. Yuan breathed her name, the word slipping from his lips without thought. Without a word, Dragon Goddess Yayo stepped forward. In one fluid motion, she grasped his collar with a firm hand and pulled him into her before pressing her soft lips against his in a deep, passionate kiss that left everyone there in stunned silence. Chapter 1942 4 Pieces. 1942 4 Pieces. What does this vixen think she's doing to my young master? Feng Yuxiang exclaimed, her voice filled with envy as she watched this unfold from Yuan's dantian. The members of the Holy Dragon clan stood frozen in place, eyes wide and jaws agape, as if the very ground had been pulled from beneath them. Some looked as though their souls had momentarily left their bodies, stunned beyond words by what they were witnessing. After what felt like an eternity, Dragon Goddess Yayo finally released Yuan and spoke. This doesn't mean I have forgiven you, so don't think for a second that you're out of the hot water. However, Yuan ignored her words and changed the topic, asking, I didn't know your soul wasn't in one piece. Why didn't you mention this before? Did you think a mere treasure could contain my soul as a whole? In order to survive, I had to split my soul into several pieces. I am fated to recover my soul, so there's no point mentioning it, she explained. Only a being of Dragon Goddess Yu's caliber could speak of splitting her soul with such casual ease. Even cultivators at the God Ascension realm wouldn't dare attempt such a feat, and realistically, not even a cultivation god might possess the ability to do what she had done. How many more pieces of your soul are still out there? Yuan then asked. I split my soul into 4 pieces, so there are still 2 pieces. Do you know where I can find them? No, since it was the dragon ancestor who safeguarded my soul. If you want to know, ask him. However, you'll eventually find them even if you don't. Because of fate, huh? Anyway, I've reached my limit, Dragon Goddess Yayo said softly, glancing down at her hand as it began to fade, turning slowly transparent. Her form had taken shape thanks to the recovery of a second fragment of her soul, but it was only temporary. Before she returned to the Dragon God's vengeance, Dragon Goddess Yayo turned to face the Holy Dragon clan and said, If I had a little more time, I would have punished you for baring your fangs at him, but I don't, so I'm willing to give you a second chance. Treat him as you would treat me. As for the young lady who had attacked Yuan, she stood frozen in place, mainly because Dragon Goddess Yu's gaze was directly on her. The sheer pressure of such a gaze caused her body to tremble non-stop, her clothes drenched in sweat. Without saying another word, Dragon Goddess Yayo returned inside the Dragon God's vengeance. A deafening silence settled over the cavern in the wake of Dragon Goddess Yu's departure. Not a single member of the Holy Dragon clan rose to their feet even long after her presence had faded. It was as if they dared not move, awaiting Yuan's permission. You guys can stand up now, Yuan eventually said, breaking the silence. The dragons slowly rose to their feet, nodding in silent acknowledgement. Their gazes lingered on Yuan, filled with questions they clearly wished to ask, yet none of them dared to speak them aloud. Knowing that his identity would be revealed sooner or later, Yuan decided to just reveal it himself. When I said that I was Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy, I lied, sorry. I'm actually the master of the 9 Divine Supreme, the Immortal Monarch. I know this is hard to believe, so I am willing to prove my identity. However, to his surprise, the Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, There's no need. We believe you. After all, the Dragon Goddess Yayo would only do something like that to the Immortal Monarch. Of course, despite his confident tone, his face was full of shock and disbelief. The Holy Dragon Clan is at your service, Immortal Monarch. If you wish, would even be willing to go to war for you. Yuan shook his head and quickly said, That's not necessary. I didn't come to the Dragon Spiral Mountain to take advantage of the Holy Dragon Clan. In that case, why did you come here? Was it to retrieve the Dragon Goddess soul from the ancient Monolith? No, that was just a coincidence. I came here because I need to use the Dragon Spiral Mountain's teleport formation. The teleport formation? May I ask for what purpose? It hasn't been activated ever since the Divine Heaven became the Nine Heavens. Do you know about players? You mean those from the missing fragment of the Divine Heaven who travel here with the help of the Celestial Emperor? Those like you? Yuan calmly nodded. He was not surprised that the Dragon Emperor saw through his avatar since it had happened before. My real body is currently in the other world, but due to special circumstances, I am unable to return to it. In other words, I am stuck here as a soul avatar, and in order to return to my body, I will need to activate the Dragon Spiral Mountain's teleport formation and connect this world to my world, where the other Dragon Spiral Mountain exists. The Dragon Emperor nodded his head as he digested the information. I understand the situation. Unfortunately, we have a slight issue. The key to activating the formation is currently in the Azure Dragon Clan's possession. Azure Dragon Clan? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He recalled the dragons in black and blue robes from before. Yes, they're the Dragon Clan that commands the Sea of Dragons, and they've been trying to acquire the Dragon Spiral Mountain for centuries now. We lost the key to them several decades ago after losing to them in a certain battle. Why are they trying to acquire this place? Yuan asked out of curiosity. They never say it out loud and refute anything we say. But it's clear that they want the Dragon Spiral Mountain to appease the Great One, explained the Dragon Emperor. Appeasing the Great One. Yuan repeated in a mumble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1944. Young Dragons. Chapter 1944. Young Dragons. A few hours after Yuan and Shi Meili were given a living quarter, the Dragon Emperor showed up at their place. I have contacted the Azure Dragon Clan, but it may take a few days, if not weeks, before we get a response, he said. In the meantime, you can treat the Dragon Spiral Mountain as if it's your own home. I will do just that, Yuan nodded. Would you like to walk with me? I'll give you a tour around the place. There's also a lot I would still like to discuss with you. Sure. Can I come along? Shi Meili asked. I don't see why you cannot. As they walked through the residential grounds with the Dragon Emperor leading the way, he suddenly spoke, his tone laced with concern. How is the Dragon Goddess? Is she well? Yuan nodded and responded, she's fine. May I ask what happened to her? She disappeared right after the Divine Heavens split into the Nine Heavens, and hasn't made an appearance until today. Let's just say we faced a powerful opponent. The Dragon Emperor fell silent. He couldn't fathom a being stronger than Dragon Goddess Yayo, who was so powerful that not even the Dragon Ancestor and the Great One could hold a candle against her. I'd like to ask you something as well, Yuan said, breaking the silence. Why does the Holy Dragon Clan devote itself to her? The Dragon Emperor glanced at him, then replied. It is in a dragon's nature to follow strength, and Dragon Goddess Yayo stands among the most powerful beings in existence. For many, that alone would be reason enough to revere her. But for us, there is another reason we worship her. Back then, the Holy Dragon Clan was of no great lineage, just an ordinary bloodline, struggling to survive. We stood on the brink of annihilation. He continued in a solemn voice. But Dragon Goddess Yayo descended in our darkest hour. She gave us a second chance, blessing us with a drop of her divine blood. That single act transformed our lineage, elevating our bloodline to rival even those of royal descent. Oh, I think I remember when that happened, Yuan suddenly said with a reminiscing expression on his face. Really? It was a time long before I was even born. The Dragon Emperor looked at him with surprise. Even now, he could hardly believe Yuan was the immortal monarch. As they wandered the Dragon Spiral Mountain, its residents would stare at them from a distance while mumbling to each other. That must be Dragon Goddess Ya's envoy. Why do you think he's here? I'm more interested in why Dragon Goddess Yayo chose a human to be her envoy. It's not that surprising if you consider that she used to follow a human around. You mean the immortal monarch? People claim he's human, but I do not believe it for a second. He was definitely a dragon disguising himself as a human, and you cannot convince me otherwise. The dragon's spiral mountain in the 9 heavens closely resembled its counterpart on Earth, a towering peak with a spiraling path winding around its body. However, it was vastly larger in scale, both in height and breadth, soaring several times higher and far more expansive. Its colossal size was no coincidence. It was a deliberate tribute to dragon goddess Yu's overwhelming power. The mountain had been purposefully shaped to surpass the others, a testament to her unmatched divinity. The foot of the mountain was filled with stores, restaurants, and all the amenities one would expect from a thriving city. A little higher up the mountain lay the residential area, sprawling across most of its vast expanse and housing the majority of its inhabitants. The praying area and training grounds were situated above the residential area, and beyond that point, only those with significant status within the clan were permitted to ascend any higher. How many individuals does the Holy Dragon clan hold? Yuan asked as they arrived at the training grounds, where many young dragons could be seen sparring with each other while supervised by immortal experts. We have around 20,000 dragons within the Holy Dragon clan. It may seem like a lot, but we're actually one of the smallest dragon clans in the 9 heavens. The Azure Dragon clan, for example, has over 100,000 members within its clan. Moreover, only about 50 of us actually have the Holy Dragon bloodline. The young dragons at the training grounds quickly noticed the Dragon Emperor and bowed to him with respect. A few of them approached him and asked, "Your Majesty, who is this person? He also has a unique scent on him that I don't recognize." One of the young dragons asked as he looked at Yuan with curiosity. The Dragon Emperor smiled and declared, "This individual is a human, and the envoy of Dragon Goddess Yeo." Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy? The young dragons stiffened in shock, and the realization hit them like thunder. Without hesitation, they bowed deeply to Yuan. "We greet the envoy of Dragon Goddess Yeo." Though they didn't fully understand what the title entailed, the mere presence of her name within it was enough. That alone made it sacred. Yuan gave a casual wave of his hand and said, "No need for formalities. Just treat me like a friend." "Then, what exactly is an envoy?" One of the young dragons suddenly asked, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. "It's like a messenger or representative," Yuan replied with a faint smile. "In this case, I'm a messenger for Dragon Goddess Yeo." "Wow. Does this mean that Dragon Goddess Yeo sent you here? Why did she send you here? Does she have a message for us?" The young dragons bombarded Yuan with questions. "Enough. You're bothering him," the Dragon Emperor said sharply, his tone firm and commanding, bringing an immediate hush over the young dragons. "It's fine," Yuan said, and he began answering their questions one by one. "That's right, I was sent here by Dragon Goddess Yeo. As for why I am here, I cannot tell you the full details, but it is related to the Azure Dragon clan." Chapter 1945, Young Dragons 2. Chapter 1945, Young Dragons 2, the Dragon Azure clan. "Did the Dragon Goddess send you here to get rid of those pests trying to steal our home?" The young dragon's eyes sparkled when Yuan mentioned the Dragon Azure clan. "Who knows?" Yuan shrugged. A few of the young dragons then approached Shimeli and asked her, "Are you also Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy?" "No, I am not. I am just his traveling companion." "How old are you, senior sister?" one of them suddenly asked. "I stopped counting after 10,000 years, she calmly stated. "Ha. You're only at that level even after 10,000 years? You must be very lazy, senior sister." "What? Who are you calling lazy?" Shimeli's expression froze in disbelief after being called lazy. Though she was still considered young by dragon standards, the dragons before her were even younger, all under 1,000 years old. And yet, each one had a cultivation level that surpassed her own. Because of this, the young dragons could only view Shimeli, who was older yet weaker than them, as lazy in their eyes. "If you're not lazy, why is your cultivation so much lower than ours?" asked one of the young dragons, and the others stared at her with a suspicious gaze. That's because I grew up in a place with much less spiritual energy than you all," Shimeli explained. Even though she knew she wasn't lazy, She merely couldn't help but feel uneasy under the weight of so many young dragons' doubtful gazes. Yuan then spoke. We actually just arrived in the 7th heaven. Oh. The young dragons nodded their heads as if they understood the situation. Then would you like to train with us, senior sister? Of course. She merely didn't hesitate to accept their offer. Have fun. Yuan said with a smile on his face. She merely nodded and followed the young dragons to the arena, where she began sparring with them first. Due to their difference in cultivation, they agreed not to use any martial techniques and focus purely on their skills. I guess she really wasn't lying. Although her cultivation is lacking, she's very experienced and skillful. She merely quickly earned the young dragon's respect with her skillful performance. However, despite her 10,000 years of experience, she was unable to secure a single victory. Out of 10 matches, she lost them all. It wasn't just their superior cultivation. The young dragons possessed exceptional technique, battle sense, and even physique. They were simply incomparably stronger than the dragons she would spar with within the ancient dragon city. Damn it. I knew I was weak, but I didn't expect myself to be this weak. Is this what it means to be a frog in a well? She merely mumbled as she lay on the arena, her body soaked in sweat. Don't look so down. You're very talented. I'm sure you'll catch up soon, Yuan said as he approached the arena. She merely turned her head to look at him without getting up and asked, If I have your seal, would it make it stronger? After a moment of silence, Yuan nodded. Yes, you would undoubtedly become stronger with the Immortal Monarch's supreme seal. He answered with a serious face. However, I won't give you the seal if that's your reason for wanting it. She merely showed a bittersweet smile. I know. I was only joking. She immediately stood up and spoke loudly. All right. Let's spar again. Yuan turned to the Dragon Emperor. This is just a personal request of mine, but do you mind letting her train with you guys? Of course. The young ones seemed to have taken a liking to her as well. The Dragon Emperor said with a faint nod. While her cultivation and experience are certainly lacking, I can sense a remarkable talent within her. My instincts also tell me her bloodline is unique, perhaps even one that could rival our own holy dragon bloodline. Yuan smiled and said, Have you heard of the ancient dragon city? The Dragon Emperor's eyes widened. You mean to tell me that she's from that place? Not only that, but she's also from a royal bloodline. The Dragon Emperor turned to look at Shimeli and asked, What was her name again? Shimeli. Surnamed Shi. The Dragon Emperor trembled. You recognize it? Yuan raised an eyebrow. He nodded thoughtfully and said, There is another Dragon Emperor who bears the surname Shi. His clan resides in the 8th heaven. It may be nothing more than coincidence, but there's a chance their bloodlines are connected. The 8th heaven, huh? I'll be sure to visit them in the future. Sometime later, a young female dragon approached Yuan and bowed politely. Senior Envoy, may I respectfully request a spar with you? She asked with clear determination in her voice. Yuan turned to look at her. Though her appearance resembled that of a human teenager, she could very well be over 1,000 years old. Her cultivation was nothing to scoff at either. Firmly at the peak of immortal ascension. The Dragon Emperor frowned, but before he could say anything, Yuan nodded with a smile. Why not? Thank you. The female dragon's face immediately brightened. Yuan followed her to an empty arena shortly after. Huh. Look over there. Dragon Goddess Ya's envoy is going to fight senior sister Sheng Ran. Almost everyone at the training ground shifted their attention to Yuan. Sheng Ran? Are you from the main bloodline? Yuan asked the female dragon after hearing her name. That is correct. I am the 4th youngest in the family, Sheng Ran. Let's have a great match, senior envoy. Let's. Yuan and Sheng Ran stood motionless on the stage. Neither made a move even moments later, almost as if they were waiting for the other to strike first. Senior envoy, are you not to release the suppression on your cultivation? Sheng Ran asked. This is my real cultivation though. What? You're only at the peak of Divine Emperor? She exclaimed, not daring to believe him. Chapter 1946, Young Dragons 3? Chapter 1946, Young Dragons 3. There's no way Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy is only a divine emperor. You must be teasing me. Sheng Ran refused to believe that would be Yuan's true cultivation. Yuan smiled and said, "But it's the truth." "No way." After a moment of awkward silence, Sheng Ran spoke again. "Okay. I'll suppress my cultivation to match yours." However, Yuan shook his head and said, "There's no need for you to do that." "What? But that wouldn't be fair." "Why not? Because I cannot use immortal qi?" Sheng Ran quietly nodded. The next moment, Yuan exuded his immortal qi, shocking Sheng Ran and the spectators. He can use immortal qi even though he's only immortal. In the seventh heaven and above, all cultivators who have yet to break through immortal ascension and reach bronze immortal are considered mortals. Sheng Ran could only stand there with a dumbfounded look on her face. "Are you still going to underestimate me? I promise you that I am Dragon Goddess Yu's envoy for a reason," said Yuan, snapping Sheng Ran out of her daze. In that case, let's spar without any restrictions," she muttered. Yuan nodded. "That's more like it. By the way, I won't be using any techniques or weapons," he added. "So you'll only be using your physique? I'll do that as well." "Whenever you are ready," Yuan said calmly. After a brief moment of stillness, both sprang into action, moving almost at the same instant. Yuan, however, was a split second slower, having deliberately waited for Sheng Ran to make the first move. Their bodies shrouded in immortal qi, Yuan and Sheng Ran collided with explosive force, sending a powerful ripple surging through the arena. Fortunately, a protective formation surrounded the battlefield, containing the shockwave and preventing it from spilling into the surrounding area. A look of surprise appeared on Sheng Ran's face when she noticed how powerful Yuan's physique was. "I have never seen such a sturdy and powerful physique before. Can humans really achieve this level of physique as a mortal?" she cried inwardly. Sheng Ran was a genius in her own right, hence why she was able to use immortal qi while only being at the peak of immortal ascension. However, when she compared herself to Yuan, she felt like an ordinary mortal who had no talents. As the battle wore on, the outcome became increasingly clear. Sheng Ran was drenched in sweat, her breaths growing heavy and uneven, exhaustion evident in every movement. In stark contrast, Yuan stood calm and composed, without so much as a single drop of sweat marring his body. The Dragon Emperor watched with intense focus, not daring to miss even the slightest detail. His experience and prowess are far above what it appears. This is beyond the realm of geniuses. So he's a true reincarnator, huh? That explains everything. The Dragon Emperor finally pieced together the truth and understood the situation. "Why you win?" Sheng Ran declared her own defeat as she fell to the ground in exhaustion. Although Sheng Ran could wield immortal qi, doing so drained her energy and stamina at an alarming rate, especially under the relentless pressure from Yuan. As a result, the match lasted just over an hour before she was completely exhausted, unable to continue. "It was a good match," said Yuan. Before Yuan could even step off the stage, another figure leapt onto it, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Senior envoy, she wasn't even enough to count as a warm-up, was she?" he said with a grin. "How about a match with me, Sheng Ming?" Yuan turned to look at the handsome young man standing before him. His cultivation had reached bronze immortal, and his body exuded an aura that was much stronger than Sheng Ran's. "Why not?" Yuan said with a smile. Seeing this, Sheng Ran quickly got off the stage so they could begin their fight. The moment Sheng Ran stepped off the stage, Sheng Ming lunged at Yuan with fierce momentum, his aura surging so violently that the very air around them trembled without end. Sheng Ming had decided to go all out from the very beginning. Not wanting to disappoint him, Yuan activated his dragon transformation before clashing with him. He can use dragon transformation even though he's a human. Sheng Ran and the other dragons were greatly shocked to see this. That must be Dragon Goddess Yu's powers. There's no doubt that he's her envoy. "I knew you were holding back, but I didn't expect you to be hiding this much power," Sheng Ming muttered through gritted teeth. He had intended to press the offensive, but the overwhelming pressure from Yuan made it impossible. Forced onto the defensive, Sheng Ming could only hope to spot an opening amidst the relentless assault. However, his hopes never materialized. Within half an hour, Sheng Ming was thoroughly defeated, unable to withstand Yuan's relentless pressure. I haven't experienced this level of defeat since I graduated from this place. Sheng Ming sighed out loud as he lay on the ground. Just like Sheng Ming, several more dragons jumped onto the stage. However, they weren't as powerful as Sheng Ming. Yet, they still wanted to experience fighting with Yuan. I'll face all three of you at once. Whenever you're ready. Yuan beckoned them. Thank you for this opportunity, Senior Envoy. The young dragons bowed to him before attacking simultaneously from different directions. Although Yuan didn't deactivate his dragon transformation, he didn't go all out either, allowing the young dragons to fight a satisfying match. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Yuan spent the rest of the day sparring with the young dragons in the training grounds. I am going to train here a little longer. You can leave without me, she merely said to them at the end of the day. Yuan nodded and continued ascending the Dragon Spiral Mountain, with the Dragon Emperor. Sorry that took so long. I only planned on a few matches. There's nothing to apologize for. I was even expecting it to take a few days. The young dragons enjoyed it. That's all that matters. Yuan looked at him and smiled. You know, a certain friend told me how the Dragon Emperors have a terrible personality. The Dragon Emperor burst out laughing at such unexpected remarks and said, Well, your friend isn't wrong. Huh. Yuan looked at him with raised eyebrows. Chapter 1947. 7 Dragon Emperors. Chapter 1947. 7 Dragon Emperors. Don't look at me like that. I'm not talking about myself. The Dragon Emperor shook his head with a weak smile on his face. Since you've only recently arrived in the 7th heaven, you probably haven't heard of any rumors on the Dragon Emperors, since they rarely get passed down to the lower heavens. There are only 7 Dragon Emperors across the entire 9 heavens, including myself, the Dragon Emperor said solemnly. Yet most of them are steeped in controversy. Take the Blood Dragon Emperor, for example. He is infamous for his uncontrollable bloodlust, going on murderous rampages every few years. Entire cities and bloodlines have been reduced to ruins beneath his wrath. Another example is the Poison Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor continued. A master of venom and toxins. He shows no regard for anything around him when he unleashes his power. Every battlefield he touches is left tainted for centuries, poisoning the land, the waters, and all life nearby. Many innocent beings have perished because of his recklessness. Why do they behave like that? Hell, how did they even become Dragon Emperors? Yuan asked. How much do you know about Dragon Emperors? How they are chosen, for example? Yuan shook his head and said, I admit that I don't know much about Dragon Emperors since they weren't really a thing during the Immortal Monarch's era. I see. Then allow me to explain this system to you. There are 2 main requirements to becoming a Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Emperor explained. First, you must be born into one of the 10 recognized royal bloodlines. Second, even if you possess a royal bloodline, it must reach a certain threshold of purity. Without fulfilling these 2 requirements, one cannot ascend to the title of Dragon Emperor. There are many self-proclaimed Dragon Emperors out there, but only 7 of us are true Dragon Emperors. If someone is born meeting both conditions, they must still undergo the Dragon Emperor ceremony, where they are tested through a series of rigorous trials, the Dragon Emperor continued. However, that is not the final step. Even after passing the ceremony, they must receive the approval of at least 6 of the 10 recognized royal bloodlines, along with the endorsement of at least 2 current Dragon Emperors. If there are fewer than 4 Dragon Emperors in existence, one may ascend without needing their approval. However, there can never be more than 7 Dragon Emperors at any given time. If there are already 7 Dragon Emperors, anyone who meets all the prior requirements may challenge an existing Dragon Emperor to a death match, fighting for their title. Hearing this, Yuan asked, Have you ever been challenged for your title before? I have only been challenged twice since I became a Dragon Emperor 120,000 years ago. The Dragon Emperor replied with a faint smile. After all, a dragon who meets all the qualifications is born only once every few thousand years, and they tend to challenge the weakest dragon emperor out there. Do dragon emperors face no consequences for their actions? What are the other dragon clans doing? Yuan then asked. The dragon emperor sighed and said, unfortunately, that's the reality we live in. Dragon emperors aren't just powerful individuals. They have the full backing of their clans, along with the support of various other forces. Unless someone possesses overwhelming strength and an unshakable reputation, it's nearly impossible to challenge or hold a dragon emperor accountable. Even if someone qualifies to challenge them, it's rarely worth the risk, as such actions could easily ignite wars, the dragon emperor added with a heavy tone. What about the dragon ancestor and the Great One? What are they doing now? Yuan then asked about the dragons of origin. The Great One is the very embodiment of aloofness and selfishness, the dragon emperor said. He has no interest in the affairs of the dragon emperors. His only concern lies in expanding his personal collection of treasures. As for the dragon ancestor, he hasn't been seen for many thousands of years. Is that so? I guess I'll do something about it. The dragon emperor looked at Yuan with wide eyes, but he didn't object. After all, Yuan was the immortal monarch, and he had dragon goddess Yu's backing. If anyone could deal with the dragon emperors, it would be Yuan. Unfortunately, Yuan lacked the capabilities to deal with the dragon emperors at this moment, so he had to wait until he did. Sometime later, they arrived at the area situated just above the training grounds, where a single large building stood. It served a singular purpose, used exclusively by the higher-ups of the Holy Dragon clan for important meetings and discussions. Since there was nothing of importance inside, they simply walked past the building and continued their ascent toward the mountain's peak. Eventually, they arrived at the summit, where an elevated circular platform stood, resembling a grand stage. In front of it stood a stone tablet, distinguished by a uniquely shaped hole carved through its center. Is this? The dragon emperor nodded and confirmed Yuan's suspicions. Yes, this is the teleportation device. Although it's capable of extremely long-distance teleportation, it's limited to the other dragon spiral mountain. But alas, the key used to operate it is currently in the Azure Dragon clan's possession. Speaking of the Azure Dragon clan, could you tell me more about them? Yuan asked. I'd like to better understand their situation before I confront them. The Dragon Emperor nodded and replied, of course. The Azure Dragon clan once lived peacefully, hidden away in the Sea of Dragons. For countless years they remained secluded, causing no conflict. However, for reasons unknown, they began making aggressive moves toward our Dragon Spiral Mountain a few thousand years ago, trying to appease the Great One. We tried asking for an explanation, but they refused to reveal anything. It's likely the Great One has something to do with it, but it's not like we can confront him. The Great One has a short temper, and is easily offended after all. Chapter 1948, Frozen Palace. Chapter 1948, Frozen Palace. The Great One, huh? Do you know his location? Yuan asked. The Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, the number of individuals who may know his location can be counted on one hand. He loves traveling the 9 heavens in search for treasures, and can be anywhere. When he's not traveling, he's most likely hidden within his own realm or slumbering somewhere in the starry sky. I see. Anyway, going back to the Azure Dragon clan. They are one of the 10 recognized royal bloodlines, but they are ranked last in terms of prowess and influence. After a slight pause, he added, in case you are wondering, the Holy Dragon clan is ranked 6th. Their bloodline grants them complete mastery over water, so they established their main dwelling deep on the floor of the Sea of Dragons. The Dragon Emperor continued to talk about the Azure Dragon clan. Sometime later, Yuan said, I have a good understanding of the Azure Dragon clan, somewhat. Until I meet and speak with them personally, I can't say I know them. Anyway, it'll take some time before they respond to our offer, right? That's correct, the Dragon Emperor replied. The fastest we've ever received a response was 5 weeks, and the longest took nearly 7 months. Their timing is unpredictable. I'd like to train in the meantime, Yuan said. Does the Dragon Spiral Mountain have any unique training grounds? Specifically, something related to the Yin attribute. I'm working on strengthening my cold immunity. The Dragon Emperor nodded and replied, Of course. We have special training grounds for those who have graduated from their initial training, what you experienced earlier. The Dragon Emperor led Yuan back down the mountain, retracing their steps until they returned to the training grounds. However, instead of stopping at the familiar arenas, where Shimeli was still engaged in spirited sparring with the young dragons, they continued deeper, heading toward a more secluded area. When they reached their destination, Yuan found himself standing before 5 towering pagodas, each emanating a distinct and ancient aura. After taking a moment to admire their imposing beauty, Yuan shifted his gaze to the large signs hanging above each entrance. For levels of Inferno, Frozen Palace, Endless Tribulations, Venomous Altar, and the Unyielding Playground, huh? Yuan mumbled the names written on each sign with intrigue. The Dragon Emperor began introducing each pagoda in detail. Each of these pagodas contains a realm of its own, far more vast than their appearance suggests. This one is the 4 levels of Inferno. It is designed to temper one's resistance to fire, with 4 ascending levels of difficulty. You can challenge a higher floor as your endurance improves. He continued, the first level is intended for beginners with no fire resistance. The second is suited for those with weak fire resistance. The third is for those with powerful fire resistance. As for the 4th level, it should only be attempted by those who possess super fire resistance. Anything less would be courting death. The Frozen Palace follows the same structure, the Dragon Emperor continued. But it's designed to train one's resistance to cold, which should suit your needs. He gestured to the next pagoda. The Endless Tribulation is for tempering one's body against lightning. Then to another, the Venomous Altar sharpens one's resistance to poison. Finally, he pointed to the last pagoda. And last but not least, the Unyielding Playground, where gravity is greatly intensified to strengthen one's raw physique and endurance. After learning about the 5 pagodas, Yuan asked, so the Frozen Palace only trains one's cold resistance to supreme cold resistance? Actually, the Frozen Palace has 5 levels, so you can train your cold resistance past supreme cold resistance. The Unyielding Playground has the most levels since we prefer training our raw physique, the Dragon Emperor clarified. Yuan nodded. Alright, I'll be training on the 5th level within the Frozen Palace. By the way, do you have a way to contact me when the Azure Dragon Clan responds? Don't worry, I'll personally come get you when they respond. I understand. Have fun. Without any delay, Yuan stepped into the pagoda dedicated to cold resistance training. The moment he crossed the threshold, his surroundings shifted. He found himself standing in a vast, snowy expanse, where icy winds howled across an endless frozen plain. Far in the distance, towering against the pale horizon, stood a massive castle sculpted entirely from shimmering ice, its presence both majestic and foreboding. Since he already had supreme cold resistance, Yuan didn't feel any discomfort, but it was clear that the training had yet to truly begin. Without hesitation, Yuan began making his way toward the Ice Palace. Even before reaching the gates, Yuan could see a figure sitting in front of the entrance. When Yuan got near, this figure opened his eyes and spoke. Since this is your first time here, allow me to give you a brief introduction. There are 5 floors in the Frozen Palace. You can increase the difficulty of your training by heading to the next floor. On each floor, you will not only have to endure the cold, but you'll also have to fight enemies. If they hit you, your body becomes more prone to the cold. If you need to leave, just shout for help and I will come rescue you. Yuan nodded before asking, Are you with the Holy Dragon Clan? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, No, I am from the Glacial Dragon Clan, the true owners of this realm. The Holy Dragon Clan merely borrows this training ground from us. I see. Yuan murmured thoughtfully. So the pagodas are actually teleportation devices. The Dragon Emperor had purposefully skipped this detail to surprise Yuan. What are the rules? Yuan then asked. There is only one rule here, the middle-aged man said firmly. You are strictly prohibited from disturbing others who are training on the same floor. Violate this, and you will be immediately expelled from the training ground and banned from returning for 100 years. Yuan raised an eyebrow and muttered, "There will be others." Chapter 1949, Frozen Palace 2. Chapter 1949, Frozen Palace 2. Of course there will be others. This is a public training ground after all, said the middle-aged man. That said, the majority of these individuals are from the dragon clans, so you won't be seeing many humans. I see. Understandable. Whenever you're ready to begin your training, simply pass through the gates behind me, the middle-aged man instructed. Yuan nodded and, without hesitation, stepped through the gates, arriving at the first floor of the training area. The moment he crossed over, the temperature plummeted far lower than it had been outside, as if he had stepped into the heart of a frozen world. Of course, since this floor was meant for beginners, it didn't affect Yuan, who had reached supreme cold resistance. Without lingering, Yuan made his way straight toward the staircase leading to the second floor. As he walked, he couldn't help but notice just how vast the floor truly was. The space seemed endless. Aside from the entrance wall behind him, the castle's outer walls were nowhere in sight, swallowed by the seemingly infinite expanse of snow and ice. Moreover, at a glance, there appeared to be several thousand individuals scattered across the vast expanse, each focused intently on their training. As the middle-aged man had mentioned, the overwhelming majority of them were dragons, and those who didn't belong to the dragon clans were mostly from other beast races. Suddenly, Yuan sensed a surge of killing intent hurtling toward him. Turning swiftly to face the threat, he spotted a knight clad in icy armor, its entire form sculpted from frost. The knight charged at him with relentless momentum, its sword raised high, gleaming coldly under the pale light. Without even bothering to draw his weapon, Yuan casually sidestepped the knight's sword and swung his fist. The moment his strike connected with the icy armor, the knight's entire body shattered into countless glittering fragments, scattering like snow in the air. After destroying the knight, Yuan noticed his cold resistance and spiritual energy increasing slightly. So they're not just an annoyance, huh? Eventually, Yuan reached the staircase leading to the next floor, only to find that it was actually a teleportation device designed to transport him directly upward. Upon arriving on the second floor, he immediately noticed the change. The number of individuals training had thinned considerably, with only a few hundred scattered across the vast frozen landscape. Moreover, the cultivators on the second floor were far stronger than those on the first. While the first floor was filled with individuals still in the spirit realm, the ones here had already stepped into the divine realm and beyond. Once again, Yuan immediately made his way to the next teleportation device. Sometime later, Yuan arrived on the third floor, where the number of individuals training had been cut in half. On the third floor, the Ice Knights were not only more powerful than on the previous floors, but they also made more frequent appearances. By the time Yuan made it to the teleportation device to the fourth floor, he had to defeat 6 Ice Knights. On the fourth floor, the number of individuals had dwindled to fewer than 100. Most of them possess cultivation levels around Immortal Ascension, and a few among them had already stepped into the Bronze Immortal realm. Eventually, Yuan arrived at the teleportation device to the fifth floor, and right beside the device was a warning that read, "Only those who have achieved supreme cold resistance should proceed to the fifth floor." After glancing at the warning, Yuan, without hesitation, entered the teleportation device and teleported to the fifth floor. The moment Yuan stepped onto the fifth floor, a bone-chilling cold that he hadn't been able to experience in the previous 4 floors immediately washed over him. For the first time, he didn't need to fight the Ice Knights to feel his cold resistance being tempered, and simply standing there was enough to push his body toward growth. The fifth floor was noticeably less spacious than the previous levels, its confined space concentrating the cold into a much smaller area. As a result, the frigid temperature bore down on everything with a far greater intensity. Moreover, a massive ice structure stood at the very center of the training room, its towering presence radiating an even deeper, more penetrating chill. As for the number of people training on the fifth floor, there were only 4, and 3 of them were female. Unsurprisingly, the vast majority of people training inside the Frozen Palace were females. When Yuan arrived on the 5th floor, none of the others spared him so much as a glance, each completely absorbed in their own training. Yuan wanted to start his training immediately, but he was somewhat disappointed by the training grounds. This place is only slightly better than Sun Ling Kai's painting. He sighed inwardly as he made his way to an empty spot and began his training. An hour into his training, Yuan had to deal with an incoming Ice Knight. The Ice Knight did not have a cultivation base, but its raw strength was comparable to someone at the peak of Immortal Ascension, and it was very skilled with its ice sword. However, Yuan was still able to completely destroy them with his bare fists. After defeating the Ice Knight, Yuan stood there with a pondering look on his face. What a second! That guard said if I get hit by these Ice Knights, my body becomes more prone to the cold. If I purposefully let myself get hit and weaken myself, would that increase the speed of my training? He had to test out his theory and waited for the next Ice Knight to appear with anticipation. An hour later, another Ice Knight appeared before Yuan. This time, instead of destroying it instantly, Yuan allowed it to land a strike on him. Chapter 1950, Glacial Traces. Chapter 1950. Glacial Traces. After being struck by the Ice Knight and being cursed with Glacial Trace, Yuan inspected his body. My body definitely feels colder now, but it's not enough. Since a single curse wasn't enough to see any difference, Yuan decided to let the Ice Knight strike him a few more times. Although Yuan took no real damage or injuries from the Ice Knight's attacks, a glowing blue chain-like tattoo would appear across his body with each strike, each mark representing a single glacial trace. After accumulating 10 glacial traces, Yuan finally sensed a change. His cold resistance had weakened to the point where the 5th floor's environment now felt genuinely threatening. However, in exchange, his cold resistance was strengthening at a noticeably faster rate than before. Naturally, Yuan wasn't the first individual to have considered this reckless action. However, he was definitely the first to weaken himself so much. The middle-aged man standing guard outside the palace had been watching Yuan out of curiosity, and was dumbfounded by Yuan's actions. 10 glacial trace. His supreme cold resistance is now only as strong as super cold resistance. What a reckless human. Had seen impatient individuals purposefully receiving glacial traces to speed up their training before, but most of them only dared to receive 1 or 2 glacial traces. Even the most reckless individual to train at the Frozen Palace has only accepted 7 glacial traces. Yet, Yuan went ahead and purposefully received 10 glacial traces at once. However, that was only the beginning of the guard's shock, as Yuan decided to receive even more glacial traces, racking up 20 glacial traces in total. This is more like it. A smile tugged at Yuan's lips as he shattered the Ice Knight after accumulating 20 glacial traces. By now, his cold resistance had dropped to the level of powerful cold resistance, a full 2 stages lower than the recommended threshold for surviving on the 5th floor. Yet despite the overwhelming cold, his excitement only grew. The other 4 individuals training on the 5th floor finally turned their attention to Yuan, their faces filled with shock and disbelief as they realized what he had done to himself. Lowering his cold resistance to such a dangerous level in this environment was nothing short of madness. And yet he stood there, unyielding. Who is that? I've been training here for over 100 years, and this is my first time seeing him, one of them questioned out loud. He's a human too. Humph. Whoever he is, he won't last long with that many glacial traces on him. It'll give him a few days at most before he is forced to leave or dies. One of them sneered. After showing brief interest in Yuan, the 4 individuals quickly returned to their own training. Hours turned into days. A week had passed since Yuan arrived on the 5th floor and started training his cold resistance. The others believed that he would only last a few days, but he persisted for an entire week and didn't appear to be giving up anytime soon. A month later, the middle-aged man who usually guarded the entrance unexpectedly appeared on the 5th floor, drawing puzzled looks from those training there. It was the first time any of them had seen him abandon his post. The middle-aged man approached Yuan after finding him. I have a message from the Holy Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor, he said. The Azure Dragon Clan has responded. They have agreed to meet you. It will happen in 3 months on a specific island. You can continue training here for another 2.5 months, since it'll take us 2 weeks to arrive at the meeting place. That's the end of his message. Do you have anything to say to him? Yuan then said. Tell him that I'll see him in 2 months. The middle-aged man silently nodded and left the next moment. He received a message from the Holy Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor. What's his relationship with the Dragon Emperor? His background must be quite extraordinary. The 4 individuals itched to approach Yuan and strike up a conversation, curiosity burning in their eyes. However, bound by the strict rules of the training ground, they didn't dare disturb him, knowing that even a simple word could be seen as interfering with his training. Even when they spoke aloud, it was little more than muttering to themselves, carefully avoiding direct conversation with one another to stay within the rules. Once the middle-aged man left, Yuan returned to his training. However, when the Ice Knight appeared half an hour later, Yuan allowed it to strike him, giving himself several more glacial traces. Heavens! He's at 30 traces now. Is he actually trying to kill himself? The others were in disbelief at Yuan's recklessness. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan would have died countless times already if it weren't for his regeneration ability and powerful physique. I need to achieve cold immunity before I meet the Azure Dragon Clan. With that determination, Yuan increased his glacial traces until he reached 40. With 40 glacial traces suppressing his cold resistance, Yuan was essentially left without any defense against the cold, enduring a temperature intended for those with supreme cold resistance. Holy shit! How is he not dead? His cultivation is only at Divine Emperor too. Look closely. His body is recovering as it is being frozen and shattered. I cannot imagine the pain he must be experiencing right now. What horrifying regenerative abilities. He must have some kind of godlike physique. Or maybe he consumed a miracle treasure before coming here. The 4 individuals training on the 5th floor were so shocked and unsettled by Yuan's reckless training that they found themselves unable to concentrate on their own. One by one, they abandoned their training, their full attention drawn irresistibly to Yuan instead. They all wanted to see his limit. Chapter 1951. Cold Immunity. Chapter 1951. Cold immunity. An entire month has passed since Yuan accepted 40 glacial traces on his body. Although his training progress has sped up tremendously, Yuan could tell that he would still not be able to achieve cold immunity within what little time he had left. Thus he decided to push himself further, and accepted another 10 glacial traces, bringing his total to 50. His recklessness was so mind-boggling that it indirectly disturbed the others' training. There was simply no way they could focus on their own training when there was such a madman in their presence. With only 1 week remaining, Yuan suddenly began making his way toward the massive ice structure at the center of the floor, the very source of the coldest, most concentrated energy in the entire training ground. The others could only watch in silence, occasionally swallowing hard as tension gripped them. Each of them was a golden immortal, one even a true immortal, yet not a single one dared to approach the ice structure. Its oppressive cold was something even they instinctively feared. And yet, Yuan walked toward it without hesitation. He's actually approaching the Heaven Frost essence. That thing could instantly freeze an immortal even if they have cold immunity. There was a reason why everyone was training far away from the Heaven Frost essence. Yuan's cold resistance was improving at a tremendous rate, but his body was also experiencing unspeakable pain. His skin, blood, and even his bones were constantly freezing and shattering with every passing second. A few days later, a unique aura enveloped Yuan's figure the moment he achieved cold immunity. He's actually achieved cold immunity. As Yuan had anticipated, his harmonious heaven-refining immortal physique began to merge with his cold immunity. However, unlike his time in the primal expanse, the training ground here, despite its intensity, was ultimately too weak to yield any significant progress. Yuan turned his gaze toward the towering ice structure in front of him, the thought of taking a few bites out of it briefly crossing his mind as a way to accelerate his progress. But after a moment of consideration, he shook the idea away. This training ground didn't belong to him, nor even to the Holy Dragon Clan. Claiming something so central to its design would be crossing a line he wasn't willing to step over. Looks like I will have to visit White Hell to complete its fusion, he sighed inwardly. Since had achieved his goals, Yuan decided to end his training there, and began walking toward the teleportation device. Excuse me, are you done with your training? One of the four immortals suddenly called out to Yuan. If had finished his training, it wouldn't be against the rules to disturb him. Yuan halted his steps and turned to face the four immortals. Yes, I am done here. May I ask for your name? Bing Xian from the Glacial Dragon clan. Yuan pondered for a moment whether he should use his real identity or a fake one. In the end, he spoke with a calm smile. My name is Yuan, and I'd like to thank the Glacial Dragon clan for sharing this training ground. Bing Xian didn't know what else to say, and could only watch as Yuan entered the teleportation device and disappeared from the 5th floor. Sometime later, Yuan left the Ice Palace. Noticing his presence, the middle-aged man could only shake his head and mumble, "You're a monster." Thank you. By the way, how do I leave this place? There is only one teleportation device. It'll take you back to the place you came from. Alright. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. The Holy Dragon Emperor was waiting for him in front of the pagoda when he returned and said, How was your training? I have achieved one of my goals, but I am still far from reaching my final goal. Anyway, when will we head out to meet the Azure Dragon clan? We can immediately leave. Let's do it. Very well. The Dragon Emperor suddenly took a deep breath before speaking in a loud voice that rippled throughout the Dragon Spiral Mountain. We're leaving immediately. A few moments later, a massive flying treasure in the shape of a boat appeared in the sky. The Holy Dragon clan had been preparing for their departure the moment they received the Azure Dragon clan's response, and was only waiting for Yuan's return. Without any delay, Yuan and the Dragon Emperor flew onto the flying treasure, where Shimeli and other Holy Dragon clan members were waiting. Moreover, there was a small group of elite warriors, looking like they were prepared to go to war. Welcome back, Yuan. Shimeli approached him with a smile on her face. Yuan smiled back and said, Looks like you've been working hard these past few months. Shimeli's cultivation had not only soared to the peak of Divine Grandmaster, but her aura was also much sharper than before. The Holy Dragon clan was generous enough to provide me with a personal instructor, and I have been training pretty much every day since then, she revealed. I heard you've been training inside the Frozen Palace. I plan on training at the Unyielding Playground once we return. Senior, are we allowed to leave now? Asked the owner of the flying treasure. Yuan nodded. Yes, we can leave now. Soon the flying treasure began moving, flying with immense speed. We're headed to the Dragon Assembly Hall. It's a building built on an unnamed island specifically for meetings between the Holy Dragon clan and the Azure Dragon clan. The Dragon Emperor explained as they traveled. Chapter 1952. Meeting the Azure Dragon Clan. Chapter 1952. Meeting the Azure Dragon Clan. Are they soldiers? Yuan asked, his gaze settling on the group of elite warriors stationed around the ship, standing like silent sentinels. Yes, the Dragon Emperor replied. We're not expecting a battle with the Azure Dragon Clan, but it's a precaution. They'll be doing the same on their end. I see. Their journey to the Dragon Assembly Hall took just over a week, so they still had a few days to spare before their scheduled meeting with the Azure Dragon Clan. The Dragon Assembly Hall itself was an imposing dome-shaped structure, constructed at the heart of a barren, isolated island. Normally, sea beasts roam these waters in abundance, but Yuan couldn't sense a single presence near the island. It was as if something on the island itself was repelling them. Can I explore the place before the Azure Dragon Clan's arrival? Shimeli asked. However, the Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, Since this is a formal meeting, we can only enter the island on the scheduled date, even if we've arrived early. Oh, okay. The Azure Dragon Clan didn't make an appearance until a day before the scheduled meeting. Unlike the Holy Dragon Clan who traveled by air, the Azure Dragon Clan moved through the sea depths, emerging gracefully from the sea, as if the ocean itself parted to welcome them. So that's the Azure Dragon Clan, huh? Shimeli murmured, her eyes scanning their features with quiet curiosity. Unlike the Holy Dragon clan, who bore black hair and golden eyes, the Azure Dragon clan stood out with their light blue hair, shimmering like the sea under sunlight, paired with the same striking golden eyes that marked their royal heritage. However, just like the Holy Dragon clan, they did not set foot on the island, and merely camped out right outside it. Just as the Dragon Emperor predicted, the Azure Dragon clan also brought their own warriors. In fact, they brought thrice as many soldiers as the Holy Dragon clan. The next day, both the Azure Dragon clan and the Holy Dragon clan entered the island, and made their way to the building. Neither attempted to speak with the other, until they were inside the building. Once they were seated, the leader of the Azure Dragon clan, Jiao Zhenhai, spoke. What's the meaning of this, Holy Dragon Emperor? Why did you bring a human to such an important meeting? Watch your mouth, Jiao Zhenhai. He's not your typical human. Yuan then spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yuan, and I was the one who arranged our meeting today. What? You're? Yes, I am Dragon Goddess Ye's envoy. Ha ha ha. Jiao Zhenhai suddenly burst out laughing. Do you really expect me to believe that you, a human, are the dragon? Before Jiao Zhenhai could even finish his sentence, Yuan activated his dragon transformation, unleashing a surge of aura that flooded the entire room with overwhelming pressure. The soldiers of the Azure Dragon clan reacted instantly. Sensing the sudden release of power, they instinctively shifted into combat stances, their bodies tensing as if bracing for a battle. Seeing this, the soldiers of the Holy Dragon clan also braced themselves. However, the tense atmosphere quickly calmed down when Yuan remained still. So you can use dragon transformation. I fail to see how that proves you are Dragon Goddess Ye's envoy. Jiao Zhenhai sneered in disbelief. It proves you know nothing about Dragon Goddess Yeo. Someone from the Holy Dragon clan sneered. What? Jiao Zhenhai frowned at such provocative words. The Dragon Emperor smiled and elaborated. Dragon Goddess Yeo has the ability to grant abilities unique to dragons to other beast races, including humans. The fact that he can use dragon transformation is proof that he was blessed by Dragon Goddess Yeo. Jiao Zhenhai narrowed his eyes and asked, when did you become her envoy? As far as I am aware, Dragon Goddess Yeo has not made any appearances since the Immortal Monarch's era. Yuan smiled and said, recently. What? Many from the Azure Dragon clan showed surprise, even shock, upon hearing this. Are you implying that Dragon Goddess Yeo has returned? Jiao Zhenhai asked. Although he tried to hide it, his voice was still trembling slightly. That's exactly what I am trying to say. Bullshit. I have witnessed evidence of her return with my own eyes, said the Dragon Emperor. Me too. Those who were there to witness Dragon Goddess Ye's appearance in the Dragon Spiral Mountain joined in. Jiao Zhenhai remained silent for a good moment before he finally responded. Since the Holy Dragon clan vouches for him, I'll take your word for it. So, Dragon Goddess Ye's envoy, why did you organize this meeting? I'll get straight to the point. The key you took from the Holy Dragon clan. I need it. You mean the key that our Azure Dragon clan won during a bet? I don't mind lending it to you, but it won't be free. Even if you're Dragon Goddess Ye's envoy. Of course, I don't intend to take it for free, Yuan said calmly. What do you want in exchange? I want the Dragon Spiral Mountain. The room fell into a suffocating silence. The members of the Azure Dragon clan struggled to maintain their composure, faint smirks tugging at the corners of their lips and amusement flickering in their eyes. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Holy Dragon clan darkened, their brows furrowed deeply in barely restrained indignation. Unfortunately, I do not own the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so I cannot give it to you. However, I can give you something else. And what can you possibly give me that's worth more than the Dragon Spiral Mountain? Jiao Zhenhai sneered in disdain. The reason you want the Dragon Spiral Mountain is because you want the Great One's attention, right? Do you need something from him? Even if I do need something from the Great One, it's not something you can provide. Yuan smiled and said, you're right. I may not be able to provide it, but Dragon Goddess Yeo might. What? Jiao Zhenhai's expression stiffened. Chapter 1953. Azure Dragon Clan's Predicament. Chapter 1953. Azure Dragon Clan's Predicament. Yuan continued, his voice steady and firm. You may not know much about Dragon Goddess Yayo, but surely, you should be aware that among the 3 dragons of origin, she stands as the strongest. Whatever the Great One can offer, there's little, if anything, that Dragon Goddess Yayo cannot match or surpass. Jiao Zhenhai fell silent to ponder Yuan's words, and the rest of the Azure Dragon Clan began exchanging glances with each other. Eventually Jiao Zhenhai spoke. I am willing to negotiate, but I will only continue speaking if you, Dragon Goddess Ya's envoy, are alone. That means the rest of the Holy Dragon Clan must leave. That's unreasonable. There's no way we could leave Senior Envoy alone with you bastards. The Dragon Emperor then spoke, his tone calm yet resolute. I must agree with the others. He holds as much importance to us as Dragon Goddess Yayo herself. We cannot, in good conscience, allow him to be left in the hands of your Azure Dragon Clan, especially after the aggression you've already shown. This matter pertains to information meant solely for the Azure Dragon Clan, Jiao Zhenhai said firmly. It is not something to be shared with outsiders, especially the Holy Dragon Clan. Holy Dragon Emperor pondered for a brief moment before responding. In that case, I alone will stay here with him. I may be with the Holy Dragon Clan, but I have my own reputation to uphold as a Dragon Emperor. I can even make an oath if you're not satisfied. Jiao Zhenhai nodded and said, if it's just you, and you're willing to swear an oath you will keep it to yourself, I am willing to let you stay. The Dragon Emperor turned to glance at the members of the Holy Dragon Clan behind him. Without a single word exchanged, they quietly took their leave, offering no complaints or objections. With the Dragon Emperor present, the strongest among them, they had no reason to doubt Yuan's safety. Once the Holy Dragon Clan left, the Dragon Emperor solemnly swore an oath, binding himself to secrecy until death regarding anything discussed in the conversation that followed. Only after the oath was spoken did Jiao Zhenhai finally open his mouth to speak. I'll get straight to the point, Jiao Zhenhai said, his expression turning grave. Our clan's bloodline is cursed. With each passing generation, its purity diminishes. If this continues, the Azure Dragon Clan will eventually fall beneath the threshold required to be recognized as a royal bloodline. To stop this decline, we need the assistance of the Great One. However, to even get his attention, we need something he's interested in, and that's the Dragon Spiral Mountain. How can you be so sure it's a curse that's causing your bloodline to decline? Dragon Emperor asked with a doubtful look on his face. Because that's what the bastard who did it to us said. Jiao Zhenhai shouted angrily as he slammed the desk. That bastard. Yuan raised an eyebrow. I don't know who or what he truly is, Jiao Zhenhai said, his voice low with lingering unease. He simply appeared before our headquarters one day and demanded our family heirloom. When we refused and attempted to drive him off, he warned us that he would curse our bloodline. That was many thousands of years ago. Since then, our lineage has steadily declined. At first, the changes were subtle, barely noticeable. But now, it's growing worse with each generation. I see. So this curse is the source of your problem. And if I get rid of it, you'll lend me the key? Yuan said. If you can solve our predicament, let alone lend you the key, we'll give it to you. Yuan smiled and said, that's a promise. As for your curse, I have a simple solution that doesn't even require Dragon Goddess Ya's involvement. What? In response to the Azure Dragon Clan's puzzled expressions, Yuan retrieved the sacred chalice of purification and explained, if you pour a few drops of your blood into this chalice, it'll get rid of your curse. That? What kind of treasure is that? Jiao Zhenhai asked, swallowing nervously as he felt the profound and unfamiliar aura radiating from the chalice. Even the Dragon Emperor's eyes narrowed with intrigue. The aura it emitted was unlike anything he had ever sensed. Ancient, otherworldly, and utterly unique. No one present could recall encountering anything quite like it before. It belongs to Dragon Goddess Yayo, Yuan explained briefly. Are you worried it might do something to you? Jiao Zhenhai hesitated, then shifted his gaze to the Dragon Emperor, seeking silent reassurance, as if needing his approval before proceeding. If anything happens to you, I'll offer you my life. The Dragon Emperor spoke without an ounce of hesitation in his voice. Jiao Zhenhai nodded and fed several drops of his blood to the chalice. Yuan and everyone in the room waited in tense silence, a mix of anticipation and unease hanging heavily in the air. However, nothing happened even after many moments, causing Yuan to raise an eyebrow. What's wrong? Jiao Zhenhai could no longer keep silent and questioned. Yuan inspected the chalice to ensure nothing was wrong with it before looking at Jiao Zhenhai and speaking with a serious face. You're not cursed. What? How is that possible? Jiao Zhenhai exclaimed in disbelief. You must be messing with me. What would I gain from lying to you? Yuan shook his head. This is a profound treasure that can remove even the strongest curses out there. The fact that it's not responding to your blood is simply because you are not cursed. Then how do you explain what's been happening to my clan's bloodline? Jiao Zhenhai roared, his voice trembling with frustration. Are you telling me my entire family has been wrong all this time? He refused to believe it was all just a misunderstanding. There had to be more behind the slow collapse of his lineage. Yuan shrugged and said, I have no way of knowing that unless I take a closer look for myself. How about I come to your place and investigate it further? Chapter 1954. Visiting the Azure Dragon Clan's territory. Chapter 1954. Visiting the Azure Dragon Clan's territory. Did I hear you correctly? You want to visit the Azure Dragon Clan's headquarters? Jiao Zhenhai asked with a deep frown. Yes, Yuan replied with a nod. And what exactly do you hope to accomplish? Jiao Zhenhai pressed. Our clan has lived there for tens of thousands of years. We've searched every corner, and nothing we've found has ever explained our situation or hinted at a solution. Who knows? I can't tell you until I see it for myself. Maybe you missed something. What do you have to lose anyway? Jiao Zhenhai rubbed his eyes and sighed. Dragon Emperor, will you be joining him? I won't allow anyone else from the Holy Dragon Clan to join. Holy Dragon Emperor nodded and said, Naturally. Wherever he goes, I will follow. Since this involves the entire clan, I cannot make this decision myself. Let me return to my clan to speak with the others first. I will contact you within 2 months. Very well. The meeting ended shortly after with the Azure Dragon Clan and the Holy Dragon Clan returning to their own homes. So, what's happening? The Holy Dragon Clan asked the Dragon Emperor as they rode their flying treasure back to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. I cannot go into details since I made an oath, but Senior Envoy and I will be making a trip to the Azure Dragon Clan soon. What? You're heading directly to their headquarters. That's too reckless even for you, Your Majesty. It's fine. Even if they try to do something, I will take down at least half of their clan before I perish. Yuan shook his head and tried to reassure the others that it would be fine. The Azure Dragon Clan is in a unique situation. I doubt they'll do anything to us. I don't know what's happening, but what if they're tricking you, Senior Envoy? What if it's an ambush? Yuan chuckled and said, Do you really think we'll be going there alone? Have you forgotten who else is with me? They quickly came to a realization. That's right. You have Dragon Goddess Yayo. Yuan nodded. Indeed. With Dragon Goddess Yayo at our side, not even the Great One could do anything to us, he said. Hearing this, the Holy Dragon Clan was no longer worried about their safety. If anything, they hoped the Azure Dragon Clan would try something so they could be erased from existence by Dragon Goddess Yayo. Once they returned to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Shimeli immediately returned to her training. As for Yuan, he also returned to the Frozen Palace to progress his physique, even if it was just a little. You're back? Why? The middle-aged man was puzzled by his return and said, Didn't you already achieve cold immunity? It won't go any further than that even if you train for 1,000 years. I know. Without offering any explanation, Yuan entered the 5th floor. There's nobody here. Yuan had expected to see the 4 immortals who were training there during his last visit. With only 2 weeks having passed, they should still have been in the midst of their training. Unbeknownst to him, however, The four had been so shaken by Yuan's reckless training that they chose to take a break from their own cultivation some time later. Yuan seated himself beside the Heavenfrost essence. Despite his cold immunity, the presence of the ice crystal radiated an intense chill that was still bitterly cold, even for him. When the ice knight appeared an hour later, Yuan purposefully allowed it to attack him, quickly stacking up glacial traces again. This time, Yuan pushed himself directly to 50 glacial traces. However, even after an entire hour, his physique showed no signs of improvement. Curious, he attempted to push further, stacking additional glacial traces onto his body. Yet as he reached 60, he realized there was a limit to their effectiveness. Beyond 50, the additional traces had no noticeable impact. It felt no different than before. An entire week later, Yuan finally noticed some improvements to his physique, but it was incredibly minimal. After an entire week of relentless training, Yuan's progress had increased by only a single %. At this rate, it would take him nearly 2 full years to reach completion. But knowing the nature of his physique, he understood all too well. The closer he came to perfecting it, the slower and harder the progress would become. Realistically, no matter how much time he spent here, it was unlikely he would ever fully complete his physique in this place alone. Still, Yuan wanted to make the most of the opportunity. He devoted all his time to training on the 5th floor while awaiting a response from the Azure Dragon clan. A month and a half passed before the long-awaited message finally arrived. In that time, he had managed to increase his physique's progress by only another 3%. The Dragon Emperor has a message for you. Before the man could convey the Dragon Emperor's message, Yuan walked toward the teleportation device and said, "No need. I'll hear it from him personally." Sometime later, Yuan met up with the Dragon Emperor. "The Azure Dragon clan has responded. They agreed to let us visit their territory, and they'll pick us up from this place in a month." Sounds good. With a month remaining before his visit to the Azure Dragon clan's territory, Yuan spent his days sparring with the young dragons at the training grounds. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and a month later, Jiao Zhenhai and a small group of elite guards showed up at the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Yuan and the Dragon Emperor wasted no time and grouped up with them. "Before we depart, do you need any water-breathing pills?" Jiao Zhenhai asked, aware that humans couldn't breathe underwater. "I'll be fine as long as I cover myself with spiritual energy," said Yuan. Jiao Zhenhai raised an eyebrow and said, "What if you run out of spiritual energy? Don't underestimate the Sea of Dragons. It can be quite rough even for an immortal. Whatever. Even if you exhaust your spiritual energy, we have some water-breathing pills prepared for you, so you won't die from drowning." "Thank you for your consideration." Yuan smiled. Chapter 1955, Underwater City. Chapter 1955, Underwater City. After forming an airtight barrier of spiritual energy around himself, functioning like a self-contained air tank, Yuan stepped forward and followed Jiao Zhenhai into the depths of the Sea of Dragons. The waters of the Sea of Dragons were remarkably clear, allowing Yuan to see his surroundings with ease, even without the aid of any special techniques or artifacts. Once they had descended deep enough into the sea, one of the soldiers accompanying Jiao Zhenhai suddenly shifted into his true form, a massive, blue-scaled dragon whose presence seemed to ripple through the surrounding waters with raw majesty and power. "Hop on," Jiao Zhenhai said to them as he stood on the dragon's back, treating it like a mount. Flying treasures that functioned underwater were rare and not as fast as they were in the sky, but for the Azure Dragon clan, such tools were unnecessary. Masters of the sea, they traversed the waters with ease, relying on their natural prowess rather than external aid. "We will arrive at our destination in a month," said Jiao Zhenhai. "A month? Your base isn't as far as I expected," Yuan remarked. Jiao Zhenhai laughed at Yuan's remark and said, "It only takes a month because we're taking a shortcut. If we travel normally, it takes several years to reach our place." "By shortcut, do you mean the underwater currents?" "A few of those and a natural teleporter." Just as the primal expanse possessed natural teleporters, so too did the 9 heavens, though most of them were hidden deep beneath the sea. As for the underwater currents, They functioned like one-way tunnels, allowing anything within them to travel at incredible speeds with minimal effort. A few days later, they reached their first underwater current. The moment the dragon entered it, a powerful force surged around them, and their speed increased several-fold, propelling them through the depths like an arrow loosed from a bow. However, these water currents are not without drawbacks. One of the drawbacks to these underwater currents was their sheer intensity. Some were so powerful that they could tear a body apart if one wasn't strong enough to withstand the force. It's been a while since I entered one of these, Yuan thought to himself as he reminisced about the previous times had traveled underwater as Tian-E, the Immortal monarch. The Azure Dragon clan wasn't the only one to call the ocean depths their home. Countless species and races had carved out their own domains beneath the waves. While the underwater world wasn't nearly as densely populated as the lands above, it was far from empty, filled with a wide variety of beings who had adapted to life in the vast, mysterious deep. When he was still living as the Immortal monarch, had even visited cities that were entirely built underwater. After spending several days riding the current, they finally reached its end. However, it wasn't long before they came across another one just a few hours later, and without hesitation, they entered and let it carry them onward through the depths once more. As for Yuan's barrier, it was under constant assault from the powerful currents. If not for his physique that constantly replenished his spiritual energy and experience, maintaining it would have been impossible for someone at his cultivation level. Half a month later, they arrived at their first natural teleporter, which existed in a suspicious-looking fissure at the sea floor. Throughout their journey, Yuan encountered many unique sea beasts, some bearing a striking resemblance to dragons, although lacking the distinct, commanding aura that true dragons possessed. Yet despite their size or appearance, these creatures would always steer clear once they sensed the group's presence, instinctively avoiding the path of the Azure Dragon clan. Hell, Yuan even came across a few flying leviathans, but like the rest of the sea beasts, they veered away the moment they sensed the group's presence. After passing through the deep fissure, Yuan's group emerged into an entirely different region of the sea. The terrain had shifted so drastically that without thousands of years of experience living in these waters, it would be nearly impossible to navigate or know where to go next. After passing through several more currents and one final natural teleport, Yuan and his group finally arrived at the Azure Dragon clan's territory. Nestled deep within the tranquil blue of the sea, the territory resembled a small, self-contained city, its structures crafted from a combination of gleaming coral, crystal, and flowing stone that shimmered with life and energy. Towering spires curved like sea serpents, and wide pavilions were anchored to the seabed by living roots that pulsed faintly with energy. Glowing flora swayed with the tides, illuminating the surroundings with a gentle bioluminescence. At the same time, aquatic beasts native to the region glided peacefully between structures, coexisting in harmony with the Azure Dragons. Despite being underwater, the city exuded a quiet, regal grandeur, an ancient calm that reflected the pride and heritage of the Azure Dragon clan. Unlike the Holy Dragon clan, which remained largely self-contained within the Dragon Spiral Mountain, the Azure Dragon clan operated more like a traditional royal house, complete with its own city, infrastructure, and citizens. They didn't just command a bloodline, they ruled a domain. As for the inhabitants of the Azure Dragon clan's territory, they weren't limited to dragons alone. A diverse array of sea races could be seen moving through the city, most of them bearing the human form. Just like most land-dwelling beasts, sea beasts had adopted human forms for convenience, making interaction, movement, and daily life far easier within a structured society. As Yuan's group passed over the city from above, the scene below shifted. Everyone, regardless of race or status, paused what they were doing and looked up. With reverent expressions, they offered respectful bows or gestures, honoring the presence of the Azure Dragon clan. "Is this your first time seeing an underwater city?" Jiao Zhenhai suddenly asked Yuan. He shook his head and responded with a slight smile. "No, but it's definitely been a while since I've visited one." Chapter 1956, Azure Dragon Clan's Three Elders. Chapter 1956, Azure Dragon Clan's 3 elders. After passing through the underwater city, Yuan's group continued their journey for several more hours, gliding deeper into the heart of the Azure Dragon Clan's domain. Eventually, they arrived at their destination, a massive underwater courtyard residence that stretched across several miles of seafloor. Its grand architecture blended seamlessly with the surrounding ocean, featuring sweeping halls made of reinforced coral, shimmering crystal pillars, and roofs shaped like flowing waves. The entire structure radiated an aura of nobility and ancient power, befitting the status of a royal dragon clan. Yuan's group landed right at the entrance, where a group of individuals from the Azure Dragon Clan stood in orderly formation, awaiting their arrival. The Azure Dragon Clan welcomes the envoy of Dragon Goddess Yayo and the Holy Dragon Emperor to our humble domain. Thank you for having us, Yuan said politely as he leapt down from the dragon's back, landing lightly on the sea floor. Let's head inside first, Jiao Zhenhai added, gesturing toward the grand entrance as he began walking ahead. Once inside, Jiao Zhenhai led them through a series of ornate halls before guiding them into a spacious chamber, where 3 more individuals awaited. Unlike those outside, these figures radiated a far greater presence, each one exuding a level of cultivation and authority that rivaled the upper echelons of the Holy Dragon Clan's command. Their gazes were sharp, their auras refined. Let me give you a brief introduction. They are the 3 Grand Elders. Their position and authority within the Azure Dragon Clan is only below mine and our ancestor. I'm the first elder, Jiao Wenyan. Second elder, Jiao Yansheng. Third elder, Jiao Hanshin. I'm Yuan, envoy of Dragon Goddess Yayo. We've heard everything from the clan leader. You claim we've not been cursed, is that correct? Said the second elder. Yuan nodded and said, if you don't believe me, you can give it a try as well. He retrieved the sacred chalice of purification and gestured at them. Don't worry, we'll definitely do so. However, we won't be the ones doing it. Instead, it'll be someone who is, without a shadow of doubt, cursed, said the first elder as he made a gesture with his hand. The next moment, a middle-aged man entered the room, his wrists bound in thick chains like a prisoner, and his complexion pale as moonlight, as though drained by time or torment. The third elder explained, we've placed a powerful curse on him right before your arrival, so we know he's definitely cursed. If you're able to remove that curse with your treasure, we'll believe your claims. Yuan nodded and said to the man, feed this chalice several drops of your blood. The man gave a faint nod and followed the instructions with slow, weakened movements. Once the man offered his blood to the chalice, Jiao Zhenhai and the 3 elders observed in solemn silence, their expressions tense and unreadable. Moments later, the 2 dragons etched into the chalice stirred to life, gliding around its surface in fluid motion, as though awakened by the blood itself. They circled the chalice with growing excitement, their movements swift and vibrant, reacting to something within the offering. Now drink this. Yuan gathered the liquid from the chalice with his spiritual energy and hovered it above the man, who opened his mouth and drank it without question. Before long, a visible change came over the sickly man. Color began to return to his pale complexion, and the weakness in his limbs slowly faded. His breathing steadied, his posture straightened, and a faint glow returned to his eyes. Jiao Zhenhai and the 3 elders stared in astonishment, their solemn expressions giving way to surprise and wonder as they witnessed the transformation before them. After a brief moment of stillness, the 3rd elder suddenly sprang into action and began inspecting the man. It's real. His curse has been lifted, he revealed in a trembling voice. What? But what placed a supreme curse on him? How could it be removed with such ease? Exclaimed the 1st elder, his voice filled with disbelief. Satisfied? Yuan asked them. Just a second. We still need to use the treasure on us to confirm that we're not cursed, said the 2nd elder. Yuan offered no objection to their request and began testing their blood one by one. However, by the end of it all, the chalice remained completely still, showing no reaction to any of them. How do we know that you're not controlling the treasure so that it only works with your permission? The 3rd elder suddenly questioned. Yuan shrugged and said, that's impossible to prove, so you'll just have to believe me. You're overestimating yourselves a little too much. The envoy has no reason to harm your Azure Dragon clan. The Dragon Emperor suddenly spoke in a somewhat disdainful tone. Tvets, I just want the key you took from the Holy Dragon clan. If I wanted to harm the Azure Dragon clan, I would have taken it by force, said Yuan. And we would have helped him. The Dragon Emperor added with a smile. All right, we get it. Jiao Zhenhai sighed as he rubbed his eyes. Well, trust you. What are you going to do now? Well, I've been thinking about it for the past month, but there's really nothing I can say or do until I take a look around the place. In that case, we'll show you around our territory. Sure thing. I have something to do, so I'll assign some guards to be with you. It's not that I don't trust you, but ITLL make traversing our territory much more convenient, said Jiao Zhenhai. I understand. Then please wait here for a moment. Jiao Zhenhai and the 3 Grand Elders left Yuan and the Dragon Emperor alone inside the room, while they gathered a small group of guards. About half an hour later, 2 guards arrived at their room, a young man and a young woman, both golden immortal cultivators. My name is Xianbing, said the young man. Im Binglan, and well be your guide, said the young woman. Im Yuan. Let's get along. Chapter 1957. Investigation. Chapter 1957. Investigation. Where would you like to visit first, envoy of Dragon Goddess Yayo? Xianbing asked. That's too long. Just call me Yuan. Then Senior Yuan. Where would you like to go? Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Let's take a look around this place first since we're already here. Very well. Rather than searching within the Azure Dragon clan's residence, Yuan chose to explore the area surrounding their living quarters. Xianbing and Binglan followed quietly a short distance behind Yuan. While their presence served as a protective escort, it was clear they were also there to keep a close eye on him, ensuring he didn't do anything deemed suspicious. The area surrounding the Azure Dragon clan's residence was vast and open, teeming with vibrant marine life. Colorful corals sprawled across the seafloor alongside smooth stones and swaying seaweeds, creating a natural tapestry rich with motion and life. Does the Azure Dragon clan use this space for anything? Yuan asked. Not that I am aware of. However, they do keep this place organized, treating it like an outdoor garden, said Binglan. No wonder it looks so beautiful, Yuan said as he swept the entire area with his divine sense. However, he was unable to find anything out of the ordinary. I don't see anything here. Let's check out the city. Sometime later, Yuan made his way back to the city they had passed through not long ago. This place is even more magnificent from up close. The underwater city bore a striking resemblance to those on land, complete with bustling businesses, residential buildings, and streets paved with smooth sea stone. Even food stalls lined the pathways, their colorful banners swaying gently in the currents, offering all manner of underwater delicacies to passers-by. Yuan approached one of the nearby stalls with quiet intrigue. On land, such stalls typically sold skewers, steamed buns, or sizzling grilled dishes. But here, beneath the sea, every vendor offered only raw seafood and vegetables. It wasn't surprising, of course. In a place where fire was useless, raw delicacies were the norm. How much for that one? Yuan asked, pointing to a piece of seafood neatly wrapped in what looked like blue seaweed. 2 ordinary shells, said the vendor. Yuan raised his eyebrows at this unfamiliar currency. We have our own currencies down here, said Xianbing. Allow me to pay for you. Xianbing produced 2 beautiful and identical shell-like objects and handed them to the vendor, who immediately accepted them before handing Yuan his food. As soon as it was in his hand, Yuan took a bite. The texture was smooth and delicately soft, almost melting on his tongue. A strong, briny flavor filled his mouth, a rich oceanic taste that was clean and refreshing, the kind only found in the freshest, highest quality fish. The blue seaweed used to wrap the seafood offered a pleasant contrast, slightly tougher in texture, but with a satisfying crunch that complemented the softness of the filling. What kind of food is this? Yuan asked the vendor. That is flying leviathan meat wrapped with spiritual seaweed. What? Surprise and bewilderment flashed across Yuan's face the moment he learned the identity of what had just eaten. Flying leviathans were known as the king of the seas by mortals, especially back in the primordial era. And yet here they were reduced to affordable stall food, casually served and consumed as though they were no more special than common fish. Is there something wrong with the food? The vendor asked with a worried look on his face, clearly afraid to offend someone being escorted by 2 soldiers from the Azure Dragon clan. Oh, there's nothing wrong. The food was delicious. Thank you. Yuan continued to wander through the city, his expression calm and almost leisurely, like that of a curious traveler taking in the sights. But beneath that relaxed exterior, he remained vigilant. His divine sense was constantly at work, quietly sweeping through the surroundings as he diligently inspected every corner for anything unusual. Due to the city's immense scale, it took Yuan nearly 2 full weeks to explore it in its entirety. He left no alley, district, or passage unchecked, his divine sense meticulously combing through every layer of coral, stone, and structure. Yet, despite his thorough search, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Anything? Binglan asked him. Yuan shook his head. Not surprising. The Azure Dragon clan has already searched through the city, several times at that. Yuan then said, You said the Azure Dragon clan fought with the individual who cursed your clan, right? Yes, that's right. Where did the fight take place? Can you take me there? What's the point? The fight occurred many thousands of years ago. I doubt there are anything left from that event. We won't know until we see it for ourselves. Xianbing and Binglan exchanged glances with each other. Eventually Xianbing said, All right, we'll take you there. The group made their way back toward the Azure Dragon clan's residence, but instead of stopping, they continued past it. After traveling several hundred miles through the serene, light-dappled waters, Xianbing and Binglan came to a halt before a strange and desolate field. The area stretched wide and eerie, marked by hundreds of deep, irregular craters etched into the seabed, each one like a scar carved into the ocean floor. The battle took place here, Xianbing said solemnly. Though the Azure Dragon clan fought against a single individual, that person held their ground for an entire month against all of us. And in the end, they still managed to escape with their life. Yuan didn't respond. He simply stood there, eyes fixed on the cratered landscape, a faint frown settling on his face. Do you see something? The Dragon Emperor asked, noticing Yuan's expression. His voice was calm but curious. He himself couldn't sense anything unusual. Yes. He nodded. What is it? What do you see? Binglan asked, her voice filled with urgency and excitement. It's poison. This place is filled with poison, he revealed. Chapter 1958, Unknown Poison. Chapter 1958, Unknown Poison. Binglan suddenly burst out, her voice sharp with disbelief. Are you saying poison is what caused the decline of our Azure Dragon clan's bloodline? That's outrageous. Her eyes flared with fury as she stepped forward. I've tolerated this farce only because it was my father's wish, but I can no longer endure it. You're nothing but a fraud. Elder sister, please calm down, Xianbing said softly, stepping in with a concerned expression, trying to ease the rising tension. Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows. Father? You're the clan leader's daughter? That's right. My full name is Jiao Binglan, and I am the eldest daughter in the Azure Dragon clan. Xianbing sighed and spoke next. I'm Jiao Xianbing, the second eldest son. Also, this isn't our real appearance. Now that their identities had been exposed, there was no longer any need for concealment. In the next moment, they shed their disguises, revealing their real appearances. Senior Envoy, are you sure it's poison? I don't mean to doubt you, but I also cannot sense anything, said Dragon Emperor with a doubtful look on his face. I'm certain. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you what kind of poison it is. Why are you so certain? Jiao Xianbing asked. Yuan looked at him and said without any hesitation, Because I have perfect poison immunity, and it reacted the moment I entered this place. Perfect poison immunity. Jiao Binglan exclaimed, her voice rising with disbelief. Isn't that the highest level of poison resistance? One that only exists in legends. And you expect us to believe you, a human, have actually acquired such an ability? Yuan gave a light shrug. Whether you believe me or not is your choice. And for the record, there's no definitive proof yet that this poison is tied to your clan's predicament. It's just a possibility. After learning about the poison, Yuan and the others hurried back to inform Jiao Zhenhai and the 3 Grand Elders about the discovery. Poison? Are you sure? Unsurprisingly, Jiao Zhenhai and the 3 Grand Elders met the news with skepticism. Doubt flickered across their faces, their expressions tightening as they struggled to accept such an improbable explanation. I've never heard of a poison capable of weakening a royal bloodline, said the first elder. As the Azure Dragon clan's foremost poison expert, his skepticism carried weight. We've examined our bodies and blood thoroughly in the past, but there were no traces of any poison. This might be something entirely new, Yuan replied. A poison specifically designed to target your bloodline without leaving behind the usual signs. You can't be serious. Do you even know what it would take to create something like that? And why would they target our Azure Dragon clan? We've always lived here in peace without offending anyone, Zhao Binglan exclaimed. You said he came here for your family heirloom, right? Do you think I can take a look at it? Yuan asked. That must be your true purpose here. Zhao Binglan snapped, her eyes blazing with fury. Are you working for that bastard? Without hesitation, she withdrew her weapon and leveled it at Yuan, her killing intent sharp and immediate. But before she could take another step, the Dragon Emperor moved. In an instant he stepped between them, and the room was flooded with his overwhelming pressure, so heavy it made the walls groan and the very water around them tremble. Stop! Jiao Zhenhai roared. Binglan, what are you doing? Lower your weapon right this instant and apologize to our guest. But, she trembled with hesitation. I will not repeat myself. Jiao Binglan gritted her teeth in frustration as she lowered her weapon before putting it away. I apologize for her unruly behavior, Jiao Zhenhai said with a weary sigh. This is a deeply sensitive matter for our clan, and emotions are running high. I ask for your patience and understanding. Yuan shook his head lightly. It's fine. I understand how you feel. I don't expect you to place your trust in me so easily either. He paused for a moment before continuing. How about this? Let me return to that area and investigate further. The poison doesn't affect me, so am in no danger. Honestly, we can only enter that area up to a certain point before we're forced to retreat, Jiao Zhenhai admitted. The deeper we go, the more nauseating it becomes, and if we push any further, we eventually lose consciousness, regardless of our cultivation. Why didn't you tell me that before I wasted 2 weeks wandering the city? Yuan sighed. Jiao Zhenhai fell silent. He didn't have any excuses for this blunder. Yuan turned to look at the Dragon Emperor and said, I should do this alone. I don't want you to become poisoned. There's a good chance that I am already affected by it. Yes, but I believe it's unlikely, Yuan replied. The poison may be unique and potent, but it seems to act very slowly. If it were truly aggressive, the Azure Dragon clan's bloodline would have begun deteriorating much earlier. More likely, it's a poison that requires prolonged exposure, something that seeps in gradually over time before it begins to take effect. In that case, I'll listen to your advice and stay here for now. Allow me to accompany you, said the first elder, stepping forward. I possess the most extensive knowledge of poisons among us. Yuan considered mentioning that the first elder likely wouldn't be of much help, given that even he couldn't detect the poison. But he held his tongue and simply gave a quiet nod, choosing not to worsen his relationship with them. Sometime later, Yuan and the first elder made their way to the poisoned area. My poison immunity starts reacting from this point, Yuan said. The first elder didn't respond. Instead, he calmly retrieved a set of tools from his spatial ring, treasures designed for detecting poison. He activated them and tested the surrounding water. After a few moments, he shook his head and said grimly, nothing. Yuan then said, we'll be going deeper. I suggest you stay here. No, I'm coming with you. Do as you please. Chapter 1959. Source of the Poison. Chapter 1959. Source of the Poison. As Yuan ventured deeper, the waters around him grew increasingly murky and dim. The clarity faded into a thick, shadowy haze, and a foul stench began to fill the area, seeping through even the protective barrier around him. It was the pungent, unmistakable smell of decay, as if he were swimming through water steeped in rot and corruption. Heavens! It was nothing like this when we visited this place for the last time 100 years ago. The first elder remarked with a disgusted expression on his face, even pinching his nose, trying to fight off the pungent smell. The last time you visited this place was 100 years ago? Yuan asked to confirm. Yes. Since nobody can venture into this place without fainting, we eventually gave up on exploring this place. We even had people from outside the Azure Dragon clan attempt it, but the results remained the same. Of course, nobody could explain the phenomenon either. By the way, I am starting to feel my consciousness slipping away, so this is the furthest I can go. Good luck. The first elder halted his movements for a second before turning around and walking back to the Azure Dragon clan's residence. I'll see you back at the house, said Yuan before he continued walking even deeper, his perfect poison immunity blocking the effects of the poison every second. Soon, the waters became so dirty that it was nearly impossible to see anything with his bare eyes, and even his divine sense was of little help. Since divine sense no longer worked, Yuan had to use divine gaze, which consumed more spiritual and mental energy, but that wasn't a problem for him. After wandering for days, Yuan eventually noticed something and hurried his pace. A few moments later, Yuan came upon a massive corpse resting on the seafloor, its presence dark and unsettling. The remains appeared to belong to some sort of serpent-like creature, but its body was so deformed and ravaged that its original identity was nearly impossible to discern. Twisted flesh, torn scales, and warped bones made it a grotesque shadow of whatever it once was. At the center of the corpse, nestled deep within its mangled remains, Yuan spotted a large black orb, its surface so dark and smooth that it nearly vanished into the surrounding murky water. It pulsed faintly, as if absorbing the decay around it, and gave off a presence that felt both unnatural and deeply ominous. It didn't take even a second before Yuan determined this black orb to be the source of the poison. He carefully picked it up and inspected it. The poison from it wasn't as deadly as the poisons had encountered in the baneful dragon's poisonous swamp, but it had a really unique property. If he had to compare it to the poison within the swamp, it'd be somewhere in the inner zones. This must be a new type of poison, specifically created to mess with the Azure Dragon clan's bloodline. Whoever created this is incredibly skilled. Now that Yuan had acquired the source of the poison, he had to deal with it. Fortunately, he had perfect poison immunity and the harmonious heaven-refining immortal physique, which allowed him to absorb and refine the poison. Although he wanted to bring the poison back to the Azure Dragon clan to show the clan leader and the three great elders as proof, had only endangered their lives. With no other option, Yuan sat down and began to absorb the poison, refining it into his own power. There's a lot of poison in this thing, likely built up for tens of thousands of years. It'll take some time before I fully purify it. As Yuan began purifying the poisonous orb, a faint glow surrounded his body, spreading out like ripples through the murky water. At the same time, he drew in the lingering poison around him, steadily absorbing and neutralizing its corruptive essence. Bit by bit, the oppressive darkness faded, and the once foul water began to clear. Time flowed quietly, and after several days of tireless effort, Yuan was nearly halfway through purifying the poison. But just as he continued his work, a sudden surge of killing intent flared from behind him. Instinctively, he halted, his body tensing as he turned to face the threat. Whoosh! A sharp, needle-like object tore through the water with blinding speed, aimed straight at Yuan. He reacted instantly, raising his arm to intercept it, but the weapon was shrouded in powerful immortal chi, disrupting his defense and slipping past his guard. It struck his body with a jarring force, but thanks to his powerful physique, it failed to pierce through completely. Had he been any weaker, the needle would have bored into his heart. Even so, it still wouldn't have been enough to kill him. What is the meaning of this? Yuan spoke to the approaching figure. A few moments later, a familiar-looking old man appeared before him. First Elder. The one who had attacked him was none other than the First Elder. So it was true that you have perfect poison immunity. What a pity. You could have had an easy death if you didn't. Although his poisoned attack had failed to kill Yuan, the First Elder showed no sign of concern. His expression remained calm, almost indifferent. After all, Yuan was merely at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, while he himself stood at the second level of the God Ascension realm. From his perspective, the outcome was already decided. Before you kill me, how about giving me an explanation? Yuan said calmly, his gaze steady. Why are you doing this? Why? The First Elder sneered, his eyes narrowing. It's simple. You're interfering with our great project, something that's taken thousands of years of planning and a fortune in resources. We won't let one outsider ruin it all. That doesn't really explain anything. What's the plan? Who are you working for? Yuan continued to question the First Elder, trying to acquire as much information as he could. Chapter 1960. Fighting the First Elder. Chapter 1960. Fighting the First Elder. Why do you even care about such things when you're about to die? The First Elder sneered. You should be worrying about your own life. Yuan shrugged and replied. Why bother worrying about something that's out of my control? You're a God Ascension Realm cultivator. While I am still immortal, the outcome should be obvious. And if I am going to die, I want to at least know why. It's simple. The reason you're going to die is because you stuck your nose into something you shouldn't have. Yuan sighed. What else am I supposed to do? I need the key you took from the Holy Dragon clan. By the way, aren't you afraid of offending Dragon Goddess Yayo? In case you forgot, I am her envoy. Dragon Goddess Yayo? Ha ha ha. The First Elder began laughing out loud. Who'd be foolish enough to believe such a lie? There's no way you're Dragon Goddess Ya's envoy. She died long ago. Why are you so certain that she died? Did you witness her death with your own eyes? Yuan asked. She hasn't been seen since the Immortal Monarch era. That's more than enough proof. Anyway, enough yapping. I'm going to kill you now. Are you sure you want to do that? The others might become suspicious of you if you return alone. I'm going to tell them that you'd never returned. They can't prove that ID killed you if your corpse is in a place where nobody can reach. Even the Holy Dragon Emperor, who came here with you, won't be able to reach this area. Is that so? What a pity. Unfortunately for you, it won't be that easy to kill me. We'll see about that. The First Elder raised his hand, palm facing Yuan, and unleashed a wave of immortal chi. The pressure surged through the water, seeking to suppress him with overwhelming force. Yuan, however, remained unfazed. A faint smile curved his lips. Immortal chi? He said calmly. What, afraid to use celestial chi? Worried you might alert the others? Although the First Elder had reached the second level of the God Ascension realm, he had yet to fully master celestial chi. Because of this, he was reluctant to risk using it, especially when doing so might alert the others to his betrayal. Looks like I hit the nail on its head. Yuan smiled. You won't be able to kill me with immortal chi alone, even if you're at the God Ascension realm. Yuan activated Dragon Awakening, causing his aura and strength to surge tremendously. It was so powerful that it took the First Elder by surprise. How can a mortal human release such pressure? And why does he seem so confident? Does he really think that he can defeat me with the difference in our cultivation? What a joke! I'll rip that head off those shoulders with my bare hands. The First Elder flew at Yuan. Yuan retrieved number 1 under heaven, and began fighting the First Elder. A God Ascension Realm cultivator. Huh? Need my help. Zixian's voice suddenly resounded inside Yuan's head. So you're finally awake. Not yet. I want to test my current limit, he said. If you say so. Hundreds of exchanges later, a grim realization settled over the First Elder. He couldn't overpower Yuan through brute strength. The revelation was nothing short of shocking. He was a God Ascension Realm Cultivator, a dragon no less, beings renowned for their overwhelming physical might and dominance in close combat. And yet, he was being steadily pushed back by a mere human, one who stood several cultivation realms below him. Is this the strength of a God Ascension Realm Cultivator? What a disappointment! Yuan mocked. However, he knew that the First Elder was holding back most of his strength. Imprudent brat. Suddenly, the First Elder's appearance began to shift. Blue scales rippled across his skin like living armor. His eyes burned brighter, and his aura surged. He had activated Dragon Awakening, though not in its complete form. Even so, the partial transformation greatly amplified his power, making his already formidable presence even more oppressive. After activating Dragon Awakening, the First Elder's power surged, and he began to push Yuan back, but only slightly. I guess you don't want a painless death. In that case, allow me to assist you. Realizing brute force alone wouldn't be enough, the First Elder finally began unleashing his martial techniques, skills he had deliberately withheld until now. Current Cleaving Strike. The First Elder swung his claws with such immense force that the very water around him split apart. Trapped by the water's resistance, Yuan's movements were heavily restricted, making it impossible to evade the devastating blow. The First Elder's claws tore through him with brutal precision, rending his body into 3 separate parts, blood clouding the water as shockwaves rippled through the depths. Humph! Believing he had finally ended the battle, the First Elder let out a breath and deactivated his Dragon Awakening. But just as the mist of blood began to settle, a gleam of silver light tore through it, a spear, surging forth with deadly precision. What? The First Elder gasped, caught off guard. He moved to evade, but his guard was down, and the strike was too sudden. The spear pierced through him before he could fully react. Though the spear struck him, it hadn't landed a fatal blow. The First Elder jumped backward through the water, blood trailing from the wound as he clenched his teeth in pain and disbelief. As the blood mist fully cleared, the First Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Yuan stood there with the Dragon God's vengeance in his grasp, completely unharmed. How are you still alive? The First Elder roared, his voice echoing with disbelief and fury. I know I tore your body to pieces. You sure? Maybe it was just your imagination. Yuan calmly spoke. After all, you're quite old already. Bullshit. I know my technique landed. There was even blood. What the hell are you? The First Elder clenched his fists in frustration. Chapter 1961. A Taste of His Own Medicine. Chapter 1961. A Taste of His Own Medicine. Don't get ahead of yourself and think you've already defeated me. Although you managed to land a hit on me, this amount of damage is nothing. No, it's over for you. Yuan suddenly interrupted. What are you? Just as the First Elder opened his mouth to speak, he froze, his expression contorting in agony. A searing pain suddenly erupted from within, spreading through his body like wildfire. It felt as though his very blood was boiling, his insides being scorched from the inside out. He staggered, clutching his chest before coughing up a mouthful of dark blood. What did you do to me? He shouted, his voice a mix of panic and disbelief. Since you tried to kill me with poison, I'm giving you a taste of your own medicine. Poison? You poisoned me. But I also have poison immunity. The 10,000 poison immunity. The First Elder was in disbelief. Yuan chuckled and responded in a mocking tone. Just the 10,000 poison immunity? You'd need at least true poison immunity to deal with the Heaven's Bane. Heaven's Bane? You mean to tell me that you can use the most potent poison in the 9 heavens? Impossible. Not even the Poison Dragon Emperor can use that level of poison. Believe what you want, but you'll die soon. Yuan shrugged. Since his life was in jeopardy, the First Elder no longer cared about being caught, and used his celestial chi to not only attack Yuan, but also to resist the poison in his body. Although Heaven's Bane was regarded as the most potent poison in existence, Yuan's current cultivation was still lacking. As a result, he couldn't instantly kill someone as powerful as the First Elder, a God Ascension Realm Cultivator, whose resilience and vitality far surpassed even Immortals. Even so, the poison was already doing its work, slowly, but relentlessly. Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood after being struck by celestial qi. How in heaven's name are you still standing? You're just a mortal. The first elder was greatly baffled to see Yuan withstanding his celestial qi, something even immortals could not resist. After all, celestial qi didn't just assault the body, it attacked the soul as well. Even if he had a strong body, his soul should be a different story. Unless his soul strength is just as monstrous as his physique, he shouldn't be alive after being hit by celestial qi, much less standing. The first elder coughed up another mouthful of blood when his focus was broken for a second due to shock. I told you that killing me wouldn't be easy. Yuan stared at the first elder with a cold grin on his face. Though he was resisting the first elder's celestial qi, it wasn't easy. In fact, he was barely standing. If I don't kill him quickly, I'll definitely die here. The first elder cried inwardly. Yuan could see the fear and anxiety in the first elder's eyes and provoked him even further. Is that fear I sense? A god Ascension realm cultivator, fearing a mortal like me? That's quite hilarious. Shut up. The first elder let out a furious roar as he unleashed his celestial qi to its absolute limit. So recklessly that it began to tear into his own body, inflicting internal damage in a desperate attempt to purge the poison. Yuan was unable to withstand the overwhelming celestial qi, and finally fell to his knees. Haha. That was a foolish thing to do. Despite the searing pain coursing through him, Yuan let out a low chuckle, his voice calm and cutting. Using your celestial qi so recklessly, he said, eyes fixed on the writhing elder, will only make the poison spread faster. Sure enough, the poison within the first elder's body suddenly surged in response, spreading like wildfire through every vein and organ. Within moments, his strength crumbled, and he collapsed to the ocean floor, his body trembling, his breath ragged. But he wasn't dead. Even with his entire body consumed by poison, a cultivator at the God Ascension realm didn't perish so easily. However, he was essentially paralyzed. In such a condition, he couldn't even lift a finger, much less use celestial qi. Once the pressure on him was gone, Yuan stood up and slowly approached the first elder with a grin on his face. Looks like the one who'll be dying today will be you. Yuan raised his sword and prepared to decapitate the first elder. But just as he swung, a sudden surge of force swept through the water. In the next instant, something struck his blade mid-swing with a sharp clang, deflecting it before it could strike the first elder. The force of the clash also sent Yuan skidding backward through the water. Regaining his balance, he quickly turned his gaze toward the source, only for his eyes to narrow in recognition. A familiar figure stood right in front of the first elder, clearly trying to protect him. So, Yuan said calmly, raising an eyebrow. You were in on this too, third elder? The third elder didn't immediately respond and turned to look at the first elder, who was staring at him and clearly wanted to speak but couldn't. He picked up the first elder before speaking. You have no idea who you're messing with. You'll regret messing with our plan. I sure don't. Why don't you enlighten me so I know who I am dealing with? The third elder coldly sneered. Don't worry, you'll find out eventually when they come for you. Whoever they are, they won't find out if I kill you too here. Yuan prepared to use the Immortal Monarch's techniques. However, before he could do so, the third elder activated some sort of teleportation treasure, teleporting the first elder and himself away. Tzich. They ran away, huh? Yuan sucked his teeth in annoyance. What a pity. If you had let me fight, I could have killed both of them in an instant, said Zixian. Yuan shook his head. That would be overkill. Save your energy for something that's actually worth it. Chapter 1962, The Elder's Betrayal. Chapter 1962. The Elder's Betrayal. After the first elder and the third elder left, Yuan returned to purifying the poison. A week later, the pitch-black taint that once clouded the waters had completely vanished. The sea now shimmered with clarity, indistinguishable from the untouched stretches around it, serene, pure, and free of corruption. Once he purified all of the poison, Yuan made his way back to the Azure Dragon clan's residence, while taking the now purified orb with him. However, he didn't even make it halfway back to the Azure Dragon clan's living quarters before he encountered Jiao Zhenhai, Holy Dragon Emperor, and the others. Senior Envoy, are you okay? The Dragon Emperor asked him. Yes, I am fine. What did you do to this place? Jiao Zhenhai asked, his expression one of utter disbelief. It used to be filthy, and we could barely get this far without blacking out. Yuan held out the now purified orb and spoke calmly. This was the source of the poison. But I've already cleansed it. If you go a bit further down, you'll see a corpse. I see. I'll have the first elder analyze it, said Jiao Zhenhai. By the way, where's the first elder? He came out here with you, correct? We came all the way out here because we sensed his celestial qi and thought he was in a fight. Yuan didn't immediately respond. What's wrong? Jiao Zhenhai asked. Yuan looked at the second elder, who was still with the Azure Dragon clan, and said, You won't like what I am about to say. Hell, you might even get angry at me for even saying it. After taking a deep breath, Yuan continued. The first elder betrayed the Azure Dragon clan. He had a hand in the poison, and he attacked me while I was trying to purify it. What? Everyone in the Azure Dragon clan exclaimed loudly, their faces filled with disbelief. It's not just the first elder either. The third elder is also involved. Jiao Zhenhai subconsciously took several steps back from absorbing the shock. There's no way. You're making that up. Jiao Binglan suddenly shouted. The first elder and the third elder are some of the most loyal members of the family. They wouldn't do something like betray us. Yuan shrugged and said, Why don't you listen to the details before you come to a conclusion? Here is what happened. Yuan recounted the entire series of events in detail, from the moment he first began purifying the poisonous orb, to the fierce battle that followed with the first elder, and how the third elder had appeared unexpectedly, intervened at the last moment to save his fellow conspirator before vanishing without a trace. Ha ha ha. Do you really expect us to believe that you defeated the first elder, who was at the second level of God Ascension, and forced the third elder to escape, when you're only at the peak of Divine Emperor? Jiao Binglan laughed out loud, finding his claims humorous and ridiculous. If you don't believe it, I can show it to you. How I defeated the first elder, that is. However, it's going to be a very painful experience. Yuan narrowed his eyes at her. Jiao Binglan immediately erupted in anger, causing her aura to surge. Stop. Jiao Zhenhai suddenly roared. But father. If the first elder and the third elder are innocent, they will appear before us to explain everything, he said before looking at Yuan and continuing. If what you claim is true, they probably want return to the Azure Dragon clan, right? Yuan shook his head and said, No, they will undoubtedly return. However, it'll be to destroy the Azure Dragon clan or finish whatever I intervened. Jiao Zhenhai clenched his fists in frustration. We don't know that for sure. For all we know, they could have already returned to the residences and are waiting for our return. Then why don't we return to the residence first? Yuan suggested. Jiao Zhenhai nodded, and they began making their way back to the Azure Dragon clan's living quarters. I'm sorry you have to experience this, Senior Envoy. The Dragon Emperor apologized to him as they moved. If only we hadn't gambled away the key. It's fine. Sometime later, they returned to the Azure Dragon clan's living quarters. Has anyone seen the first elder or the third elder? Did they return yet? Jiao Zhenhai questioned every single individual they passed by in the courtyard. No, Your Majesty. The first elder and the third elder have not returned yet. We can send them a message requesting their return. Do it immediately. If they don't respond, let me know. The servants hurriedly went to contact the first elder and the third elder through their communication jade slip. However, neither of them responded. Sometime later. Your Majesty, we tried contacting them several times, but neither of them is responding. No way. Jiao Zhenhai suddenly staggered backward, his face pale with disbelief. His legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the floor, breath shallow, eyes wide. The reality that two of the clan's highest elders, pillars of the Azure Dragon clan, had betrayed them from within was sinking in. Father, there must be an explanation. Jiao Binglan cried out, her voice trembling. First grandpa and third grandpa would never betray us. Tears streamed down her face as she shook her head in denial. They had been there since the day she was born, watching over her, guiding her, even treating her as their grandchild. The thought that they could turn against the Azure Dragon clan against her was too painful to accept. Xianbing and the second elder remained silent, but their pale faces and trembling forms betrayed the storm of emotions churning within them. Why? Jiao Zhenhai muttered, his voice cracking under the weight of disbelief. Why would they betray the Azure Dragon clan? They've been supporting the clan for longer than even I have. His fists clenched, and a hint of denial lingered in his tone. It doesn't make any damn sense. Instead of sticking it in their faces, Yuan remained silent and patiently waited for them to accept the situation. Chapter 1963. Absorbing the Poison. Chapter 1963. Absorbing the poison. Eventually, the Azure Dragon clan calmed down. We'll deal with the first elder and the third elder later. For now, since you purified the poison, does that mean our problem has been fixed? Jiao Zhenhai asked Yuan. He shook his head. Hard to say. Since the Azure Dragon clan has been exposed to the poison for thousands of years, it might have a permanent effect on your bloodline. However, it's also possible for your bloodline to improve in future generations. Can't you just purify the poison in our body? The Xianbing asked. Like I said, the poison is already deeply rooted in your body. It'd be like trying to remove salt that has already been dissolved in water. It's not impossible, but it's going to be very difficult and time-consuming. How long would it take for you to cleanse one person? Jiao Zhenhai asked. I won't know until I try it, Yuan said. Can you try it? Only the younger generation really needs to be healed since they're going to be the ones carrying on our bloodline and legacy. I'll give it a try, but if it takes too long or is too risky, I won't be able to help you. Jiao Zhenhai nodded and turned to look at Xianbing. Xianbing, are you willing to be first? He nodded and said, Of course. Anything for the family. Now lend us a quiet place with little to no disturbance, said Yuan. Jiao Zhenhai brought them to his own room and said, I'll forbid anyone from approaching this place so you can do the treatment in complete silence. Yuan looked at Xianbing and asked, Are you ready? Whenever you are. They sat down with Yuan sitting behind Xianbing. I'm going to examine your body first. Do not resist my spiritual energy. Yuan placed his palms on Xuanbing's back and began spreading his spiritual energy around to examine the interior of Xuanbing's body. The poison isn't affecting your physical strength, and your internal organs remain unharmed, Yuan said as he carefully examined Xianbing. As for the poison itself, it's deeply embedded within your body, from your blood to your cells, to the point that it's almost undetectable. I'm going to begin the purifying process now. Let me know if it hurts. Without hesitation, Yuan began the process of removing the poison from Xuanbing's body. Unlike traditional purification techniques, his method was far more direct. He wasn't neutralizing the poison but absorbing it into himself. Xuanbing's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his muscles tensing as the poison was drawn out. Yet not a single sound escaped his lips. He clenched his jaw and bore it in silence, choosing to endure rather than show weakness. Seeing this, Yuan decided to continue without saying a word. Exactly 1 week later, Yuan paused the process and examined Xuanbing's condition, comparing his current condition to what it had been when they first began to see how long it'd take to fully heal him. At this rate, it will take around 4 months to remove all of the poison in your body, and the pain will only get worse, Yuan said to Xianbing. 4 months. Xianbing swallowed nervously. It's okay. I can endure it. No, I will endure it. All right, let me speak with your father before we continue. Sometime later, Jiao Zhenhai appeared before them. I can heal him in 4 months. Yuan went straight to the point. That's great. Then, however, I will be done once I heal him. Yuan suddenly interrupted. I have already solved the source of your problem, so I am technically already done. Once I heal him, I'll need the key. If you cannot accept this, then things might get complicated. The excitement on Jiao Zhenhai's face immediately disappeared when he remembered that Yuan wasn't helping them for free. Regardless of their situation, none of it was Yuan's problem. Moreover, it was not as if the Azure Dragon clan's lives were in danger. Is there no room for negotiation? I have 5 children, which would only take a little under 2 years to cure. In Jiao Zhenhai's eyes, 2 years was nothing. 2 years may be nothing in your eyes, but don't forget that I am a human. I also have many things to do. 2 years is a long time for me. However, if you make it worthwhile, I guess I can stay here for 2 years. The Treasury. I'll let you take 1 treasure from our Azure Dragon clan's treasury, for every child of mine you cure after Xianbing. Jiao Zhenhai said. Yuan narrowed his eyes, but he didn't immediately respond. Let me think about it. We can continue this conversation once I heal your son, since we still don't know if he can endure it until I completely remove the poison from his body. It's a painful process after all. Okay. Jiao Zhenhai nodded, hope flickering within his gaze. After speaking with Jiao Zhenhai, Yuan spoke with the Dragon Emperor. I'll be here for at least another 4 months to heal Xianbing. After that, I may or may not heal the others, which could take another 2 years. I'm not going to ask you to stay here with me, so you can return to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Are you sure you want me to leave? What if? It's fine. I doubt the Azure Dragon clan would do anything to me at this point. Even if they want to do something, Dragon Goddess Yao is at my side. Moreover, my friend Shi Meili should know about my situation. I don't want her to worry. I understand. But instead of leaving immediately, I'll leave in 4 months, just in case. Sometime later, Yuan resumed the process of cleansing the poison from Xuanbing's body. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months had gone by. I've successfully removed 99% of the poison from your body. While a trace amount remains, it's insignificant. Far too weak to have any effect on you. Yuan said to Xianbing, who was drenched in sweat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1964, Azure Dragon Clan's Treasury. Chapter 1964, Azure Dragon Clan's Treasury. Thank you. Xianbing stood up once he regained enough energy and bowed to Yuan. No problem. They contacted Jiao Zhenhai and the others shortly after. So, how are the results? Jiao Zhenhai asked. I have purified 99% of the poison in his blood. As for the remaining percent, it's too little to have any effect on him, so he's essentially fully healed, Yuan explained. Thank you, Jiao Zhenhai said with a slightly lowered head. Now about the others, Yuan then said. Let me rest for a few days, then I want to take a look at your treasury. If the contents interest me, I'll accept your offer. In that case, contact me whenever you are ready. I have already prepared a room for you. Yuan was led to his room shortly after. I'll head back to the Dragon Spiral Mountain now, said the Dragon Emperor in front of his room. Yuan nodded. I'll return as soon as I am done here. Thanks for coming here with me. The Dragon Emperor left Yuan alone shortly after, but he didn't leave the Azure Dragon clan yet. Jiao Zhenhai, I will be returning to the Dragon Spiral Mountain now. Already? Does that mean the envoy won't? That's not it. I will be returning alone. Senior envoy will remain here. In fact, I believe that the senior envoy has already decided to help your family, hence why he's sending me away. Is that so? Jiao Zhenhai sighed in relief. The senior envoy's safety is now your Azure Dragon clan's responsibility. If anything happens to senior envoy while I am gone, you'll have to answer the entire Dragon Spiral Mountain. Jiao Zhenhai sneered. Relax, Dragon Emperor. He's our Azure Dragon clan's savior. Well, return him to the Dragon Spiral Mountain safely once he's done here. The Dragon Emperor nodded and left without saying another word. A few days later, Yuan emerged from his room and was personally escorted by Jiao Zhenhai to the Azure Dragon clan's treasury. Unlike most treasuries confined to physical space, this one was hidden within a separate dimension, Jiao Zhenhai's personal world. Upon entering, Yuan found himself standing before a massive, square-shaped structure that resembled an ancient museum, grand and imposing. The entrance was sealed behind a powerful level 9 formation, a barrier that only Jiao Zhenhai could unlock. Inside, the building opened into a single vast chamber, and Yuan was greeted by an overwhelming sight. Rows upon rows of treasures, each one neatly displayed in elegant cases, and along finely carved wall shelves. The sheer number of treasures stored within the chamber caused the air itself to pulse with concentrated spiritual energy. The pressure was immense, so dense and overwhelming that a cultivator at the spirit enlightenment realm would be crushed the moment they stepped inside. Take your time looking around, and if you see anything that piques your interest, don't hesitate to speak up, said Jiao Zhenhai as he gestured for Yuan to enter. Yuan wasted no time and immediately began looking at the treasures. The vast majority of the treasures within the treasury were weapons, armor, and artifacts. Most were of mythic grade or higher. The shelves dedicated to pills held a dazzling array of Tier 8 elixirs, and among them, a handful of exceedingly rare Tier 9 pills. Only the best and most powerful treasures make it to our treasury, said Jiao Zhenhai in a prideful tone. I can see that, Yuan said with a smile. The more Yuan explored the treasury, the more he was tempted to accept Jiao Zhenhai's offer. 2 years. While it's not a lot of time for most people, it's a lot to me. With his talents, Yuan could easily achieve what most people take centuries to achieve in 2 years, not to mention his real body was still stuck on Earth. After several hours of meticulously examining each treasure, Yuan finally reached the far end of the room. There, set apart from all the others, was a single display, elevated slightly and encased in its own reinforced barrier. Inside sat a breathtaking blue crystal, glowing faintly with a serene yet powerful light. Despite its relatively small size, no bigger than a drop of water, its luster shimmered like moonlight on still water, and its aura was unlike anything else in the room. What is this treasure? Yuan asked, his gaze lingering on the luminous blue crystal. Jiao Zhenhai's expression stiffened slightly before he offered a nervous smile and said, That is our family heirloom, the Tear of the Azure Heavens. Tear of the Azure Heavens? Never heard of it. So this is the treasure that the person who poisoned your clan wanted. What does it do? Jiao Zhenhai shook his head and said, I'm being completely honest when I say this, but I have no clue what it does. So you have an unknown crystal as your family heirloom? Yuan raised his eyebrows in puzzlement. This treasure has been with our family since ancient times. It is said that it used to belong to our ancestor. Yuan stared at the crystal in silence. Its unique aura wasn't the only reason he took an interest in it. The 9 dragon symbols have been acting up since he entered the treasury, and it was currently having the strongest reaction. Is there any chance you'd be willing to give me this treasure for the treatment? I'm willing to treat all of your children for this one treasure, Yuan said. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. What if I give you a few drops of Immortal Monarch's blood? What? The Immortal Monarch's blood? Jiao Zhenhai couldn't believe his ears and almost fell down from shock. Among the beast race, there existed a widely famous legend, one that had endured for generations. It was said that the blood of the immortal monarch possessed a miraculous property, the ability to elevate the bloodline of any who absorbed it. For beasts of royal lineage, who valued the purity of their bloodline more than life itself, such a thing was beyond priceless. Jiao Zhenhai swallowed nervously as he seriously contemplated Yuan's offer. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.